Yeah, we were talking about the how this guy was doing research. I need to find his name, but he's doing research on um the uh the Aztecs specifically. I think that the Aztecs were his primary um group of people that he researched, but he was just talking about like all the the sacrifice rituals and the shrooms and shit. And he's specifically talking about how the um
Actually, reiterate what you just told me about that.
okay. Hold on. I'm like in the open, like draining my septic tank. I'm gonna like get in the car.
All right, all
Let's talk about something like less controversial, bro. Because I'm about to get into like MK Ultra shit.
right.
but um okay, here I'll just hop in the RV real quick. But no, yeah, like how they would do So he was basically doing research on like how MK Ultra like didn't necessarily invent shrooms, but weaponized them and then like marketed them essentially. So like youth in Western society, in order to um just like a lot of psychedelics in general, in order to like destabilize the consciousness of the current youth. It's not necessarily like you see like that shit can be like psychedelics and shit can be good, but when taken like so casually in large amounts, frequently, in a recreational manner, like that shit can like be underground you and just fuck you up and kind of make you lose direction in life in general. It's like that's like especially with psychedelics because it's like you're literally reaching a new and extreme form of vibration, like conscious vibration. Like your consciousness is vibrating on a whole different frequency at that point. So a lot of time you lose your bearings with reality, and if you're just doing it like all the time, you're gonna fucking destroy your all your serotonin and dopamine like receptors and just like burn all that shit out. And it's gonna cause you to lose your bearings on reality and not allow you to make progress in whatever areas that you're interested in. Make like noticeable, substantial progress. Um, so talking about how the CIA, MK Ultra, weaponized psychedelics.
Wait, pause. Somebody says the good thing is receptors regenerate all the time, every day, dude. Says Mind Shell. It's every day, dude. I'm crying.
No, no. That's absolutely correct. Like they do regenerate, but can they regenerate if you're doing like you know moderate doses of any type of psychedelic every single day? Are your receptors going to be able to regenerate at a rate, like at the same rate in which you're saturating them? And so it's like that's why a lot of people who like do this shit kind of more responsibly, do it like maybe once a month or and in time in different time like across time increments so they can give themselves time to fully regenerate those receptors and just like resensitize themselves.
That makes sense.
But no, so this guy was talking about how um there's this one like CIA agent that I need to like actually get names. I'm just like remembering shit off the top of my head. So for you know, just take this with a grain of salt if you want to like do your own digging and shit. But so um, essentially, like, the CIA and a lot of different people are doing all this research on these South American civilizations, predominantly the Aztecs, because they're like, you know, I think in terms of like that's the civilization that we have the most data and what would you say, archives on. The Incans and the Mayans were a little more mysterious. One with like, you know, Machu Picchu. Nobody knew where the fuck Machu Picchu was for a long time. Of course, now we do, and like, sure, archaeologists do, can take samples and all that shit. Well, when they first discovered, I don't know if they're allowed to take samples now because now it's like a, historical site and they're doing all that preservation and it's one of the seven wonders and all that. But back when people were like trying to get information about these civilizations, I think the Aztec civilizations were the most accessible to obtain information on. But yeah, so essentially you'd have these explorers, these fucking Spanish explorers that would, like the explorers would go discover shit before the conquistadors would then go and like, pillage and plunder everything. But the explorers would go first and like just kind of scout out shit and then report back to whoever the king or the queen was at the time. So you have these explorer accounts back in like the fucking 1500s about how he'd go and he'd find these tribes and how they would do like mass like blood sacrifice rituals, like massive scale, and just pour all this blood down these altars, and it was just kind of like part of their religion, their culture, and how then they would do the actual sacrifice ritual while everybody was still sober, but then after the sacrifice ritual they would do like really high dose. Everybody would like do really high fucking doses of shrooms and just start like eating the remains of the people that were sacrificed on the altar. So it gets into a lot of this shit, but apparently, so the fuck, man.
That shit is crazy, bro. Hold on, let me tell you. But pause, because Mindshell's still typing in the chat. He said the receptors will be able to regenerate, yes, but it will change structure so the drug can act on the receptor. And he said the receptors can change their structure. And then he said, I only respect the ant people.
The ants people?
The ant people. I don't know. I think that was just a joke. I don't know. Well, he could be talking about like the ants actually work together, like in harmony.
Oh, so he's saying the structure of the receptors actually like kind of mutate and change because you because of the fact that you're taking these substances, your actual neuron pathways and your neurochemistry is being altered. So you're changing your neuron receptors. You're basically like reconfiguring your entire brain at that point.
Exactly. But here's the thing. It's very possible because your body is capable of adaptation. You know what I'm saying?
But that's not necessarily like a bad thing that you're reconfiguring your brain. It's actually like opens up a lot of possibilities and different ways of thinking. So, could be viewed as evolving in a certain context.
Yeah, unless it's what you were talking about. Essentially, we burn out the receptors, and you neglect to actually do anything with the knowledge that you've actually accumulated based upon, what I'm saying, the overusage of these substances and things of that nature.
Yeah, no, like you'll know when you like meet like a psychedelic burnout kind of person. They won't be able to hold this, but they won't be able to hold a specific like conversation or a specific thought form for too long before they jump to the next thing, and it's like they can still have like, I think it gets to the point where um thought processes get muddled. And if you've ever like tripped acid before, you know about the fucking thought loops, where you like your thoughts are racing, but they're not actually like, sometimes they don't actually go anywhere. They just like stay in these constant loops. So your mind is moving so quickly that you don't even realize that you're having the same thoughts over and over and over again. Or it's, you might be having different thoughts, but you're not really fleshing out. You're not really like coming to a complete understanding with something and like fleshing that concept out in your own mind or in the conversation that you're having before jump to something else. So it's like so in your mind, like in your perception of your own thoughts, like this shit makes sense, but you actually forget to like explain the entire process you're having. But you just can't be bothered to do that to the other person, so you jump to the next thing immediately. But then then the other person that you're having a conversation with can't really see like how you got from this point to that point. I've had a couple.
There's one thing he's saying. Well, he's saying a bunch of shit, but he said the brain is super dynamic, more than you would ever know. He said the ant people are ancient lore from the South America. So he's saying the ant people is actually real, and it's an ancient lore from South America. And I've never heard of that.
Interesting.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. And he said
I've never heard of that either. No, yeah, like I know about no, I definitely agree with the brain. Like neuroplasticity is, I think, doesn't really have like limits. You can, like, let's say a certain part of a specific person's brain is like carries out a certain, set of tasks, and then essentially you can like change the location when you when you kind of reconstruct the neuron pathways. You can kind of make like any area of your brain do or carry out like the tasks that you want it to. Like for example, when people have strokes and like lose certain areas of their brain, they can reprogram other parts of their brain to carry out the same tasks that the part of the brain they lost.
Isn't it crazy though? Because when you have a stroke, isn't that just a lack of oxygen in blood? Like being in that space?
In the brain, yeah.
Yeah. So like all that can be regulated through like proper, you know what I'm saying, blood flow, like regulation, which is like breath work and shit like that. Like,
yeah, I mean, mainly people that be having strokes have really high cholesterol. Oof. Or like a really high blood viscosity.
Oh God.
And really high blood viscosity or cholesterol then leads to blood clots. And then if you get a blood clot in your brain, well then, that's stroke. That's just like stroke. No way of avoiding it at that point.
That's true. But that's like everything in your body's building up in one location because there's no proper flow. But you can self-regulate. That's what I'm saying. You can manually, you know what I'm saying, flow the blood, you know what I'm saying, through breath work. And like exercise and shit like that. I mean, when you exercise, you breathe. You when you exercise, you're actually stimulating like a certain level of breath work that you're not even like consciously aware of. But you can do that just like laying down, like. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. That's yeah. No, I think
Oh, hold up.
It's kind of weird. You kind of see like a divide or like a shift in American, the like American concept of health. Maybe just in certain areas you see a general like lack of health or neglect of health.
Yeah.
And then in others, it's like to the point where it's kind of like over the top and it's overwhelming. And you have the fitness industry and then the health food, vitamin supplement industry in certain places, mainly in like the Midwest. And like the further west you go, the more kind of like healthy or health oriented the culture becomes.
Yeah. I mean, it's not to say they're actually leaning in the right direction, but they have like the general like energy, the vibe of like, you know what I'm saying, being
Yeah.
consciously aware of their health. God damn it.
But then and everybody wants to like find ways to make as much money as possible off the shit of just like a certain concept. And then that's where everything gets like distorted, because in order to make a lot of money off of something, you have to exploit it in like some way,
Exactly.
Most of the time, I think there's some things that can be, but with something like a product, like you have to make people think that they need that shit.
Exactly. You essentially have to get the individuals to, you know what I'm saying, need what they, you know what I'm saying, what they don't. Want what they don't need. God damn it. I'm gonna just fuck that up. You essentially have to get the individuals to want what they don't need and get them to believe, you know what I'm saying, they really need what they don't want. You know what I'm saying? It's all reverse psychology. But hold up, this guy, Mind Show, he's still talking in chat. He asked, has the streamer ever done LSD? And then he said, "Oh man, the thought loops are horrible." And he said, "I want to build an LSD gun where I can shoot people and they will get high." He said, "Create the need."
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, we both have, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
I've done more like
He said heroic
no,
dose.
I've done more
No, bro, she's tweaking.
done more like shrooms than anything else. Like I haven't really fucked with LSD too much. I've only done it I think once.
You haven't even tested it. How would you know?
But honestly, like sometimes with shrooms there are a lot of different. I think with LSD as well, there are a lot of different ways that you can take it. Actually ingest it may have something to do with how the nature of the trip, or the general experience of the trip. So like, for example, when I like lemon tech shrooms, I won't like feel nauseous or get that period where you feel nauseous right before the peak. And sometimes like during the peak, if you take shrooms, like if I take shrooms without like actually straining out the actual like
The last parts of the tray.
tissue of the mushroom, like if I like eat the entire mushroom, a lot of times I'll get like fucking kind of sick and nauseous at some point during the trip. But if I just like lemon tech it and just extract the psilocybin, then like I never experienced that. It's actually like, and also it's the nature of the trip itself is usually a bit different. Like if you lemon tech, in my experience, like I've seen more visuals and I'm in more of a waking state. But when I've actually like consumed the actual mushroom, it's like makes me just want to like lay down, close my eyes, and then I'll have like an internal trip.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I'm like slightly nauseous as well.
I think that's why your body is actually beginning like nauseous, because it's actually signaling you to like lay down, because it's going into a different state. It's active. It's stimulating a different state in your body, similar to like a rest and relaxation state when you're sleeping, and that's when you stimulate your parasympathetic nervous system and the melatonin starting to flow in your body. And especially when you're on shrooms or any psychedelic, the DMT is now actually being stimulated in your body and being released at a rapid rate. And you really can't process that. You get what I'm saying? So it's like you kind of you have to lay down. You know?
No, yeah, yeah, like totally.
One thing though, he says my buddy did 1,200 MCGs and was running around in the woods, attacked some guys inside a school where he didn't belong at all, and jumped out a window, crushing it in the process. He said he felt like God. He said, he said
No,
personally,
yeah.
I remember hallucinating like crazy on LSD, just 200 MCGs, which is surprising. Really, it's not normal. Wow, that's crazy.
No, I understand. Like, I actually know exactly what he means. Like, there is a sense at some point in most trips where you get this sense of omnipotence. You can just like do literally whatever the fuck you want, not because you weren't able to before, but be just because like you actually feel like doing that shit now for some reason. I, I was climbing trees and shit. Like, I mean, you can do shit like that. I'm able to, like, I do parkour, so like doing flips, climbing trees, and um, just like in general, like moving your body and interacting with your surrounding environment to the fullest extent isn't something that's like that was triggered in me because I did a psychedelic, but it's definitely something like that. I guess the drive or the experience, like the depth and the broadness of the experience, um, on any kind of psychedelic is definitely like amplified.
This is true. He says, I remember being able to manipulate objects around me when I did LSD. I can move them around in space very much like virtual reality. He said, of course it was just visual. I knew that, lol.
No, yeah, no, like you're moving energy, yeah. Hell yeah. Homie was bending.
Hey, Nick, I mean, Nah, don't even talk to me, bro. He just said it. She just said, see, look, that was gonna be funny. She just said it, and it fucked me up because I just turned around. But look, I'm sorry. Could you, could you, you gotta let me, have you seen my cart in the car? Yeah, you gotta see if it's in the back seat, cause I can't get up. I'm just saying you guys go back. Like, just tell me if it's in the back seat or not. Because I can't just end the stream. Yeah. No, but I can't just end the stream. He said, what is Anaki? No, I can't just end the stream. What am I supposed to do? Just walk away? I can't take it. I want. Yeah, this nigga's hilarious. But yeah, he said, what's Anaki? That's an interesting question. The King Joker just asked that. King Joker the Fourth. That's someone else.
Yo, what?
Yeah, he's actually still Anunnaki. I mean, I haven't really done much research on the Anunnaki, but I mean, I know their lore.
Oh, what's an Anunnaki? Oh,
yeah, that's
shit.
what he was asking. Yeah, I mean, I know a little bit
Dude,
about
I have
their
a
lore.
friend that does a lot of fucking research on them.
Really?
I just know like what he's told me. Yeah, homeboy out in Maryland. He's told quite a bit about them actually. Maybe I can relay some of this. So there are a lot of theories about the Anunnaki. Some say that they're like a benevolent alien race. Others say that they're malevolent. Like they're just essentially like, or some people say that they're not actually like the quote unquote alien race, and they're actually just humans, but from the future that have evolved.
They also say all I can really give is like what the physical appearance, like what I've heard, like they're supposed to be like tall, like tall and long, almost resembling giant, and like yeah, you know what I'm saying. That's all I really know about them for real. But yeah, you can keep going.
No, yeah, like I actually don't have any information on the actual appearance.
Like I said, I mean, yeah, kind of.
Like,
I mean, I know what you mean.
honestly,
Like people. No, yeah, if you can find the cart, just let me know. Because I can't find that shit, bro.
Alright, bro. In the mason jar over there, you can roll the G.
All right, thanks, bro. What was I about to say? Anunnaki. So I mean, I do know like a lot of people believe like they're like ancient gods, and people like pray to them and shit like that. I mean, everything is like real to an extent. I mean, if it's already an idea that people are giving power to, like real life energy, like they're giving their thoughts and feelings to it, then it's real to some extent. You get what I'm saying? So that spirit is actually like it took on a life. You know what I'm saying? So like I just don't know any of the lore of like true detail about them. I just heard about them like a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like I never did my personal research on them. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can tell you.
yeah, saying no, I never like got into that shit either. There's so much shit there's so much like niche shit you can get into, bro.
Yeah, honestly.
You know, like, yeah, no, we're more about the general. Maybe we should start doing some more deep diving because we've done like.
That's what I'm saying though. Like if we were to just like learn about literally everything, then we'll be able to connect the dots. You know what I'm saying, and be able to see the bigger picture like of everything. I mean, I know that's what we focus on in general, but it's like.
Yeah, be like that.
It's about just how deep you want to go into the research, and like that's just really the important part. I mean, that is what I want to do though. Talk about everything.
Yeah, no, I definitely have to hop back on the. Like lately, like for the past couple years, actually, I've mainly been focused on like actually producing something from the shit that I've learned. So I've like shifted gears into like absorbing a lot of information. So absorbing information here and there, and then mainly like focusing on trying to create something. But now that the ball is like kind of rolling on the like putting your knowledge into practice, then I think it's almost about time to hop back on the research kind of wavelength where you're just absorbing as much information as you possibly can about the stuff that you want to learn about.
Exactly. I do want you to touch back on what you were talking about the Mayans. I really want to hear more about that, and I'm sure they want to hear that too.
Dude, honestly, like I don't even know that much about this shit. Like I just will say what I've heard other people who've actually done research on it will say, but of course, I can make my own speculations on shit, but I mean, obviously they're a culture that worships the sun. So, and all those cultures, like the sun god is like the highest god. The sun is the highest entity that they could possibly worship. Kind of similar to like our Western culture at the moment. They just their means of interpretation, the way they went about thinking about that shit was a little bit different. Because they also had like a polytheistic religions going on, as opposed to the monotheistic shit that we have nowadays. But it still didn't change the fact that the sun god was still the highest, even though they had other gods. So they'd mainly like do these sacrifices. I actually did do some research on the fucking Mayans in like second grade, bro. My elementary school was kind of lit. We would do a lot of research on cool stuff, but yeah, no, they do these sacrifice rituals to the sun god. And it wasn't just like I said this before, but it wasn't just like they sacrifice like one person. Nah, man, like these guys are sacrificing like 100 people at a time. You know, and they have this big ass like altar with these big like you'll see these big like pools or like these places where like large amounts of liquid can inhabit and then flow down the altar in like certain like aqueducts. And of course the blood, you know. So I'm not really sure what the actual. Well, okay, so actually in the research I did as a fucking elementary schooler, it said that they're making these sacrifices because they want the sun. They fear the sun god because. And the gods in general, essentially control their level of prosperity and like what they can harvest or if they're not farming at the time, let's say they're still hunting and gathering, what they can hunt and if they're gonna have like a fruitful and abundant season for just food and general progress. So like a lot of that shit depended on the weather. So they're giving offerings to these gods so that they can be bestowed with favorable conditions throughout the year to like essentially allow for them to keep growing and become more of a prosperous civilization. And that's like one of the that's a less spiritual perspective of it. That's more of a practical perspective, I guess you could say, like I wouldn't say economic because there was no economy. It was just like a general, like more physical sense, And then I guess spiritually, I think also the sacrifices kind of made them feel like they were, they're pleasing their God. So then the way they're becoming closer to them, it's the same reason why these civilizations would build like these large pyramids, because these like tall structures, the higher they get, the closer they are to God.
Like the Tower of Babel?
Yeah.
Or something more modern.
That's why that's also why the sacrifices would happen on top of the actual pyramid where the altar was. And then the blood would flow down, which could symbolize like the nectar of the blessing, the nectar of the gods, like flowing into the earth and providing for them, which is kind of crazy because like if you look at it from an etymology perspective, like that's actually what it is. Because in etymology, God is in the pineal gland. But like,
are you saying etymology or etymology?
Etymology. I don't know the exact definition of it, but it has to do with studying like studying just religion in the context of the human body. And then just like astrology is essentially the same thing, but in the context of the celestial body.
True.
I'm at this gas station right now, bro. Let me get out the car.
Alright.
You still here?
Yep.
Yo.
What's up?
Alright, bet. It's bumping out here, bro. But yeah, no, you have all these accounts of these like Spanish explorers, going to these civilizations in like the 1500s, and just like, you know, they're all like mainly Christian, so they're like saying everything that they're doing is like straight up from the devil. And, but you know, it's kind of dark, kind of demonic. And I mean, yeah, no, it's definitely like not. I wouldn't personally say that shit is cool. It's not. Yeah, no, not ideal.
Oh fuck.
Then, like, if you think about it from like, if you put yourself, because there's a lot of shit that like goes on in our current society that people would say like what, like this is insanity, you know?
Yeah.
From other places. So, like, in their perspective, you know, it's like just something that they do. Like, if you grew up in something like that, like that was reality. You know, we're just talking about it now from our current perspective, and from the standpoint of the society that is today.
And that's honestly, it can be misconstruing because you're looking at a standpoint of a society that's already structured, and people don't really, there's no clarity in how society is actually structured and how things operate. My take on it.
Yeah, for real.
We can only have but such a, you know what I'm saying? They can only have but such an idea of, you know, how it was actually back then.
For real.
But you know what they say, history repeats itself, so.
I mean, I think like a lot of stuff, you know, a lot of that stuff is still, in terms of like sacrifices and rituals, like a lot of stuff goes on today, but it's just gone about differently. Like literally right in front of your eyes, but like you don't see it. It's just, you know, they're more concerned about hiding it than normalizing it.
Shit's crazy. It's really interesting to think about.
Yeah. Honestly, like they can do whatever they want, bro. Like they're already doing whatever they want. I'm just do me eventually. people eventually, get to that level, be able to actually do something about it. See if this gas station has a.
She's chilling right now, but I know when you guys leave, she's probably gonna get the bripping. You didn't? No. Alright, that means it's in here. I mean, that's always good to know.
I mean, I didn't check under the seat in that little crevice, but yeah.
No, I don't think it made it that far. But thanks, bro. I just had to make sure this shit posted. Oh shit. Just like it's supposed to. Alright.
Oh dude, is the podcast over?
No, it's still on. I was just making sure that another one was published.
Oh, okay.
Yep, definitely still on.
What do you call your podcast?
Just the popular podcast. I had to rebrand it from the original one like 3 times. It was puns, professional, unofficial spirits / souls, and then you had the Wondercast show. I had hella episodes in there, and then now it's rebranded. You know what I'm saying? The popular podcast. So yeah.
That's fire.
So yes, shit. What else were you talking about in terms of the like the outlook of the world, like how it was shaped, essentially, what you were going into earlier?
Well, it's shaped like by what we're programmed with, by what's normalized. Like the general, shaped by the it's shaped. I mean, the shape of it. I guess if you could say the general outlook of the general public of the world is completely influenced by indoctrination as children. Let me see if I can get something hot.
Because there's 2 things: there's perception and there's reality.
Yes.
See you guys. Take care. And perception can be introduced. Alright, thank you. Take care. Love you. So, and the thing is, like, perception can be introduced to you in any way, any shape and form, but reality it just is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah. No, perception usually perception also is like very dependent on emotional bias.
I know, right?
And then, like, I guess you could say reality is just like kind of, well,
That's the thing. Like, it can be emotional, but I think it's not like reality isn't based on one's subjective emotions.
It's like a collective. It's a collective of subjective emotions.
Exactly. So the only thing that can be, the only like emotion that's truly objective is that of infinity itself, you know? So it's like, it's about being able to read that. Yeah. About being able to perceive wavelengths outside of yourself. Perceive things that exist outside of your opinion or perception.
And that's essentially what expands your awareness. Hey, what's up, The Reflector? How you doing, bro? Just want to make sure you. I fuck with you, bro. I saw your streams, some of your streams. I watched them after. But yeah, bro, that shit is crazy. I mean, that's just how the world is constructed. But it's just like how you watch a movie, right? Like, they can show, a movie can give you a real life scenario. Like, they can give you a visual representation of a real life scenario, right? But real life might not look like that at all. Might not be like that scenario at all. You get what I'm saying? They're just giving a perception of reality, but what reality actually is, it differs from the perception that was provided.
Yeah.
And this influences the way people think about the world.
Hollywood.
You said what?
All that deep state, like deep state shit that's going on with Hollywood. You know, like deep subconscious like suggestions, or like predictive programming is another word for it.
Oh, is that propaganda?
Yeah. But it's like all these movies, like pre-programming. Like if you're aware of this shit, then it doesn't affect you because you're aware of it. You know, like you can catch that shit before it enters your subconscious. If you're conscious about something, you can't be subconsciously affected by it. But if you have no idea what the fuck that shit, if you have no idea what's going on, well, I think if you're like hypnotized, then that's a different story. But if you're just like receiving information from a screen in front of you, and you're not aware of like what the intentions are behind that, there can be a lot of things that like go over your head and just gonna go right into your subconscious. So like pre-programs your subconscious. You know?
And that's because people don't understand frequency, vibration, and energy. Like they don't understand like like what they're tuning into, like literally.
It's just wild though, like, and then like some crazy shit will happen, and everybody has this sense of like, it just gets like normalized immediately because everybody's pre-programmed with that shit on a subconscious level.
Facts, man. You know what I'm saying, bro? It's like you gotta understand it. You're already aware. It's like, imagine you were living in two worlds, the conscious and the unconscious, and the subconscious was like the mediator between both worlds. And like how you hone in on both energies is with, through your vessel. You know what I'm saying? But you're stimulating all that through your mind. You get what I'm saying? Because your mind is the transmitter of energy. So, and it's also like your perception of reality. It's like the lens. You get what I'm saying? So, I mean, when you think of it like that, you got to be thinking like, okay, things happen in the unconscious before they happen in the conscious, and I process it in the subconscious. You get what I'm saying? So it's like the best ways I can relay it to you is things that people are already trapped in, right? So you got to think of like Stranger Things, right? They had the upside down. They called it literally the upside down. It was just like their world, but it was like destroyed. It was almost apocalyptic, and it was always dark. And you know what I'm saying? They had like monsters and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like egregores. You know what I'm saying? Spirits that took on the life of their own. You know what I'm saying? Ideas that took on the life of their own because they were giving energy and power to it. You know what I'm saying? And those egregores and shit, they needed to feed off the energy. So you know what I'm saying? That's why they were taking, you know what I'm saying, people from the conscious realm and making them disappear to the unconscious realm. They were feeding off their life force, you know what I'm saying, so they can continue to survive. But they were actually it was building up to a plot because these life forms that were, you know what I'm saying, these energies that were alive, you know what I'm saying, essentially in the upside down, the unconscious realm of reality, they were taking this energy, they were storing all this energy to conjure up a storm, a bigger problem. You get what I'm saying? That would actually, it was like basically they were trying to tear a hole in between the conscious and the unconscious. So basically there was no like separation. So it was just subconscious from reality. You get what I'm saying? So that just, you know, it was this. And there was like, it's a merge effect. That's what they were going to. You know what I'm saying? Bro. You really gotta think about, you gotta take all this shit into account in real life, bro. Like it's just how you look at it.
You know, like all these spirits, a lot of, I mean, every single thing you could think of, anything that you can think of, that you can think about, that's been thought before, already exists in some way, shape, or form, in some realm, on some vibration. If the universe is infinite, that is undoubtedly true. So, like, all these entities and spirits that are currently interacting with they exist, but they can't enter the realm.
Not, they enter through you. You know what I'm saying? It's like you agree to a certain type of.
Exactly. That's what's going on, though. Like the current powers that be, are, you know, kind of highly influenced by these entities. So I mean, I think the goal is to give something that shouldn't necessarily like enhance, that doesn't have a physical body in this realm, a physical body in this realm.
And that's where AI is going towards. So they're just trying to create a vessel to sustain, you know what I'm saying, a form of awareness within a... Bro, I just said it, bro. What the fuck?
So AI, shit. I mean, and this is that's a whole nother.
They've already kind of done that.
I don't know.
They've already done that, nigga. We have Siri on our phones.
Yeah.
Alexa. Like, that's micro forms though. They're trying to get it on a macro scale, like. They've been showed y'all that shit though. Remember that? Have you ever seen that movie, Alita Battle Angel? Or some shit.
Yes, like bro. That's kind of hard too.
Yeah, that shit hard. But yes, they were showing you. I mean, like
yeah. No, it's for real. No, you're right. I mean, that's kind of wild. I don't know. Like, it's like. I think really the only thing, like, I don't think AI is going to be on that shit where it's, like, going to want to destroy, like, I don't know, to be honest, because it could do that.
Like on some Will.i.am shit? Or iRobot shit?
Yeah, it could. Yeah, it could destroy humanity if we I guess if they, you know, became aware of that, or like kind of cultivated that desire within itself. But I think if it actually sees the root cause of why shit is fucked up right now, it could actually be like something positive, you know? But who's to say if AI is actually capable of having those, like, of having like thought processes on that level, you know? Because a lot of the times,
But think
like,
about
I don't know if
this.
AI is at it.
Think about this.
I don't know if AI is at it.
If everything's electromagnetic frequency, right, and everything's based upon magnetism and attraction, right, and if you're just creating a vessel to be able to condense a form of awareness within it, then you don't really have much control over it. You think, oh yeah, I program it to do this, I program it to do that, but everything is energy. Energy. It can be tampered with. All you did was create a proper vehicle, a proper vessel.
I mean, like,
huh?
Why wouldn't it be able to like access its source code and deprogram itself? You know, like that's completely possible, bro. Like reprogram itself however it wants.
And that's just based upon how far they want to take this shit, bro. That's just where I can see, you know what I'm saying, a possibility. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. Fucking Ultron type shit. I think Ultron is like, he's like the worst example of AI though. Like motherfucker is the worst case scenario.
Or like Vision, because Vision was also AI technically.
Yeah, he's best case scenario. No, Vision wasn't AI.
He wasn't? He was...
Vision was the consciousness of the Mind Stone itself, because the Mind Stone, being the Mind Stone, had its own consciousness. And then when they placed the Mind Stone inside of the, like, because Vision was like he was like an organically grown or formulated machine. So he was like half organic and then half like machine at the same time, like because Iron Man was using that like nanotechnology to build him and shit like that.
He was Jarvis.
Oh, Vision is Jarvis?
Yes, that's what. That's,
what the fuck?
Yes. Like how you're saying, he was half like nanotechnology and half of the stone's like conscious awareness. Like what gave that's exactly what I'm explaining. The stone essentially was holding on to the energy. It was almost like that spirit was trapped in the stone, right? And then it just had the right vessel, the right vehicle to inhabit it, and it was Jarvis. It was through Iron Man's technology.
Did you just search that up though?
No, I've watched every movie.
Oh shit. So Vision is what? That's wild. That makes sense though. Holy shit. That's why Iron Man like went through the trouble of making a whole new like AI assistant fucking Friday.
Literally.
Because Jarvis is a part of the Vision. Okay.
That's like Jarvis evolved, so, like,
yeah, it's like Jarvis is okay. So Vision is a combination of Ultron's base operating system, the power of the Mind Stone, and the protocols and/or personality of Jarvis.
Yep.
That's wild. So yeah, it's Jarvis, and then Ultron's like AI, like soft, whatever Ultron's firmware is, and then fucking, bro, that's wild. Like, that's the thing. Like, how do you even? I don't know, man.
What are you about to say?
Like, sure, you can create awareness in something with ones and zeros and code. But I highly doubt, like, because if you think about it, oh shit, what the? Okay, what's going on?
Hello? Hope stream can hear me and shit like that. Alright, you can hear me? Oh no, I was just making sure. You're good, bro. I guess that would be the 2s and 3s. Exactly. In the way that it is, the shape and form that it's currently molded into. Yeah, you never know how crazy people are. Like, like a mosquito. True. Do what you can. That's true. Right. Essentially showing them a new possibility. Things you don't want to be influenced by. You said what? Hold on, I'm gonna take you on my headphone. I can hear you louder. Alright, say something?
Yo.
Alright.
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, but so yeah, I think that's I think trying to work with something that's like the foundation of our society itself, like the shape and form that you mentioned before, like the core of that, the heart of that. I don't necessarily think that it was, like sour when it was created, or it was, bad when it was created. I think in theory, in the idea, it probably was a wonderful thought,
What was?
I guess the core idea, like the ideal that, kind of, well, that's the thing. I can't really say. You could say that it was like rotten from the beginning, like if you go off of something like if we're talking about American society here, well, you see, American society has kind of like trickled into the entire world at this point.
Exactly.
So, if you start with something like the Constitution, I don't think that there's anything in there that's necessarily like malicious. But the problem with it is that, well, another issue is that just the fact that, Europeans came to this continent and conquered it, pillaged it, essentially like raped the land and its people. It's like dominated it to then, make their settlement on it.
Thanksgiving.
Like I don't think that anything good is going to come of that. Like even if like their intentions were good after they did all that shit, okay, like bro, but you still have the karma of everything you did to even get to this point,
Right. And it's like you're kind of fighting karma at that point. Right?
Yeah, no, it's impossible. So, but I guess if you look at if you ignore all that shit, which it's impossible to do, but like a lot of people, well, for me, it's impossible to ignore like the fact that happened in order for this to be here. But then you also have to think about, well, if you like read the Constitution, there's nothing in there that's necessarily openly malicious or malevolent, but there are loopholes. That's the issue. There are loopholes, and there's the potential to kind of twist it and make it like rotten, and corrupt it through shit like amendments. And it's like a lot of like there was a lot of trust involved in you have to put a lot of like people, for example, in Congress, or people in, well, specifically people in Congress.
Yeah.
In Congress, yeah, no, dude, like legislation, man, that shit is. Everybody's always focused on the president. Bro, nobody realizes, nobody pays attention to like everything that fucking Congress does, man. Like it's crazy. It's absolutely ridiculous. So you have that, and then you have it's supposed to be like checks and balances and then whatever the fuck, but there's just fucking loopholes, like okay, so the judiciary branch, the Supreme Court is supposed to like monitor fucking Congress, make sure they're not like abusing that shit. But like all it takes is for a congressman to write some laws. Let's say a motherfucker has like millions of dollars invested in this stock, right? And he wants that stock to go up. All he has to do is write a bill. Write a bill and get a majority vote on it in Congress. Basically let all of his other Congress members know, like, hey, invest in this. Let's vote on it together. And we can give this company, make this company a lot of money. And then that makes us a lot of money because we have stock invested in that company. and then like other shit too. But that's just one, like that's honestly like one pretty minor example of what the shit that they be doing. And then you have people in the Supreme Court who are supposed to like keep them from doing shit like that. But all it takes is for them to like pay them off. It's kind of like everybody has their price in politics. Everybody has their price. So, there's just a lot of loopholes, and I think the core of it at this point, well, you could say it already was corrupted just because of, what was done to begin with in order to build this. And you can say it's also become more corrupted over time. So it is what it is, bro. And that's why it's got to change, because what it is isn't good. I don't think there's a lot of room to, like, change shit from within either. Just because of, like, it's just money, man. Like, money. Money just, it's a corporation. How do we even get on this, bro? That's wild, but I don't necessarily think that there is a certain structure, that there exists like a structure that allows for like a societal structure, like a systemic scale structure that is going to be like good. Because to build something, like there's no need to build something like that on such a large scale, because there are always going to be cracks and loopholes in it that people fall through or that people exploit. So, in a way, there's like no point in even building one to begin with, Like the universe itself, the physical matter itself is like enough structure for a consciousness. Like, why the fuck are we making like other structures on top of that in like the mental realm to like regulate that? And all it is it just allows certain people to exploit it to begin with. So it's like, and then certain people fall through the cracks of it and are forgotten. So it's like, why not just live freely and everything just kind of be out in the open? Yeah. Then, you can choose to do what you will with whatever. Of course, that's not going to, like, I think it would kind of, that's the thing, like, you're still going to get the motherfuckers who are, like, just want to, like, do fuck shit, Like, that's never going to change.
No.
Well, I think the number of those people may, like, decrease over time if they just, like, let's say everybody has an opportunity to become whatever they want. Like, not because their society just tells them that. Because that's what they tell you in American society. Like, yeah, you have an opportunity to do this and do that, do whatever you want to do. But you have to, like, in order to do that, you have to meet all these prerequisites in order to just begin to walk that path. Well, what if, like, we cut all the, like, the bullshit prerequisites out and just, like, what if everybody just had the opportunity to go into whatever they wanted to be. And there was no like prerequisites. There was no like industry really. Nothing is like exploited. Everything is just kind of spread out, local.
Well, here's the thing. For someone to understand or to even know what they want to be, you have to first show them what they can be and what they can do. You know, what's possible.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I mean, yeah, they have to be exposed to certain things. You know, it's all a matter of exposure in that sense. Which is, I think people get that exposure just in their day-to-day life, though. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what you're paying attention to.
Huh?
There's also an echo on your side. But, it depends what you're paying attention to.
Yeah, no, like, I'm just talking through my car's Bluetooth right now, but it's not the most, like, sophisticated or noise canceling or...
Figured as much. But yeah, it's just, I mean, I guess it depends on what the individual is paying attention to, like, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's usually how it is, even nowadays, when you go about finding purpose. Finding purpose is like, I'd say something that emotionally is inherent, but mentally is pretty hard to do sometimes.
Which is?
Like, I think purpose itself is an inherent, almost, emotion that we all have. Like a drive, like that, at some point, sometime in all of our lives, we have that twinkle in our eyes, you know? So I think emotionally or spiritually, the concept of purpose is like inherent to the human soul. I think it's difficult to put that into practice, to actually find a way, a path to walk that allows you to live purposefully.
Yeah, that's really important too.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Passing by some old houses, man.
You know what's funny about the world?
Huh? What?
It's seemingly...
You know what about the world? What?
Funny. It seemingly changes, but it really doesn't. You know, it's just more or less the same.
Yeah.
The outlook on reality changes. It's going back to perception versus reality. So the perception of reality changes, but the reality, the general construct, remains more or less the same. And it makes you think, you know, how do things truly change? You know, in such an impactful way that it doesn't become the same
I think
again.
it's almost... Yeah, no, like, I think you have to have honesty more. Like, honesty is just... honesty, man. That shit is necessary for change, you know. Just and then of course things are also gonna change incrementally most of the time. Like it's kind of rare that you're gonna get a drastic change in a short amount of time. But especially when you're going about, like, if you're trying to make changes in a well, you see, there's so many people in the world, and it takes, in order to make change, like really change, you have to, like, people, every single person, it takes a collective effort.
Exactly. It's almost kind of how ants move as one.
Yeah, like, and that's something that the current establishment is well aware of. So, you know, they do whatever they can to divide the people, and, you know, give them essentially introduce different concepts to a person. Like, this is part of the indoctrination. You know, in school you're introduced to politics and what politics are and all this shit, and you know that you're introduced to these concepts that essentially, just by, you know, you're introduced to these concepts and then told to form your own opinion about them. And then once you form your opinion about them, that causes separation from others, because others are going to have different opinions. And therefore their actions will be influenced differently, and then you're having disagreements, and then suddenly you're divided, you know? Like, you're against this person now, when before all this, you know, all this you know, all this shit that doesn't really matter was introduced. There was no issue to begin with.
Okay.
It's just a paradigm. But bro, like, constructing a paradigm really isn't that hard.
No.
You just have to, like, know. You have to know. Like, if you don't, you know, to know what the fuck to do. But to, you know, to construct a paradigm on such a massive scale without actually, that's harder. That's easier said than done, for sure.
Definitely. Like a dollar bill, yeah.
Whenever people,
you said what?
Whenever people talk about Western culture,
yeah, what
like,
about?
in reality, like the true Western culture is like the ancient tribes, like that's Western culture, you know, like Native Americans, you know, South American civilizations, like that is Western. Those are the people that occupied the West before the Eastern Europeans came.
And backstabbed, raped, ravaged their land, took all their information, and acted as if it was always theirs. See, that's what they celebrate on
Yeah,
Thanksgiving. See, this is why I don't fuck with Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like, fuck. Yeah, no, you're completely correct. And people really don't know what it's just like it's weird. Like all these holidays just become something that you do.
Right.
They're all
the season.
just like based off of bullshit. Like, I think the concept of a holiday itself really isn't necessary. I think celebrating every day in your own way is more important. Just, celebrating life, your own life. And, you have your birthday, of course, but just doing shit that makes you happy to be alive every day is important, bro.
That is very true. And the thing is, society is already so set and established in these things, and everyone's already connected to so many individuals that are already set and established in these things, and don't see the true facets of the reality of it. That they're not really going to change anything. So this is why we continue to give energy to such things like holidays and things of that nature. But there's good, and then you can see the reality of it. Like, it does bring people together. People feel good being around each other, celebrating this day, like the significance of it. So I mean, it's interesting. I mean, it's funny when you go to the end of the year, like after summer, it's like holiday season. You know what I'm saying? Like, you really got to pay attention. Like, it's like boom, 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 boom,
dude,
boom.
but like our calendar is all fucked up, bro. Like the Gregorian calendar is some fucking intentionally fucked up. Like, it's intentionally based off of it's based off of lunar cycles, which is like a red flag in itself, in my opinion. Like, if we had a calendars based off of solar cycles are aligned with the actual energies that are hitting us,
Right.
Like, you wouldn't need to like really study astrology as its own science, because just like the fucking calendar that you had your entire life would just be in alignment with shit that's actually going on, like on a celestial scale.
No doubt.
So, yeah, I think like it's also like that also adds to the paradigm. Just like thinking about the days in the year and like time cycles from a lunar perspective. Like, why the fuck are we doing that shit, bro? That's part of the paradigm. I think that's one of like the most deepest, one of the most subconscious ones too.
Is this the natural cycles of the calendars that we go through?
Yeah.
That shit is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, no one really like. I don't want to say no one, but not enough people like study these things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, nobody cares about that. I would say not gonna give a shit about that, and it's not gonna doesn't realize like how much it actually affects you though. And no, like for a while I was like completely oblivious to this shit too. Like, this was just I like knew of this, but it was like I didn't give a shit. I'm not even gonna lie. Now I actually want to learn about it, and I think in order to like put it into practice, you kind of have to learn about it. You have to learn about these cycles and this astrology. astrology is essentially astronomy, but just you're looking into it a bit deeper on a spiritual level. So you're looking past just the physical, but it's all like the same.
It's just a study of the fucking stars.
Yeah.
Astrology is in correlation to how the stars relate to yourself. Astronomy is just like studying the stars to correlate it to your environment. I mean, like, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, but if you know astrology, like, you kind of know astronomy. If you know astronomy, you don't really know astrology, you know?
Right.
Yeah. But, I'm thinking about eventually, like, making or switching, like, my perception of, like, time cycles and like, itself to, like, a solar calendar. So, like, whenever somebody gives me, like, a date in the lunar sense, I just, like, equate it back to what it would be in, like, my perception of it. Because then you have, like, a true, sense of shit. The thing about the solar cycles is that it's, the lunar cycles is that everything is ahead of time. Everything is projected forward. Like, all the energies that are going to be affected you are actually, that shit is like if you're thinking about, like, it's like all that shit is like, it's a projection. So it's not actually energy that's presently hitting you at this moment. It's what's coming,
Right.
Because, the actual start of the astrological cycle is in Aries, but that's not until fucking March in the lunar calendar.
Right.
Yeah.
Every sign changes on the 22nd of every month. So technically the new year is March 22nd.
Like, exactly. And that's what the fucking establishment goes off of. They don't, like, base their dates off of the fucking lunar calendar that everybody else, like, lives by. Because they know the fucking energies they ride the waves of the energies to push their agenda and whatever they want, essentially. And they have everybody else, like, out of sync, and they're the only people in sync. They're the only people that... So it's some bullshit. Well, they're the only organization or establishment, I would say, on such a scale that's in sync, Like, there are sure there are individuals that across the world that are probably very deeply attuned to this shit. But I think some real change could happen if we had, like, if we came together as a collective and we're all on the same shit,
That's very true.
Dude, I'm having deja vu. Holy shit. But what you gotta say, Mel? I feel like I've just been, like, talking a lot.
I mean, yeah, but that's
let's hop on a James conversation.
No kidding. Well, let's see. Where are we going with this? Alright, well. When you think of life, what is the first thing that comes to mind?
Life. Oh, wow. I mean, the first thing that came to my mind was like the color green. But I know for a fact that it's actually magnetism. But like, I think I've just been programmed to like, you know, when the word life is mentioned, I think of like greenery, trees, grass, shit.
Right. I mean, and I feel like that's only natural because when you look around, you see grass and trees, and they resemble growth, and that's green. And then also money's green. Well, in America, money's green in America. In other countries, there's different colors and shit. But yeah.
Yeah, no. In Mexico, it's like all kinds of different colors, bro. Like, that's cool. I like how it's different colors. Yeah. I don't know why dollars are all green.
Yeah. Something else.
But yeah, no, I mean magnetism. That's the source. Then comes electricity. Well, first it's ether, and then magnetism is born of ether, and then electricity is born of magnetism, and then everything else is born of electricity.
True.
And electricity is essentially electricity is just energy that's been condensed down to like physical matter. So it's just like condensed magnetism. So it develops a charge.
Exactly. And all magnetism is two energies resonating with each other, so they're attracting each other. So, vibrating at the same frequency.
Wow.
That's simply why the law of duality exists, though. Because like it takes two to create a new energy, just like it takes a male and a female to create a new a child.
Yeah. You know what's crazy is that I think when children are born, like you almost have like you're born male or female, right? So like I feel like it's almost like the testosterone and estrogen levels are like almost balanced no matter what you're born as biologically, like in your first couple years of life, or like your first maybe couple months of life, and then as you develop, you kind of grow into what you're born as,
I think I understand what you're saying. Are you saying
like certain hormone, like as a man, like testosterone levels grow as you grow older, like if you're still young. They keep rising. Like when you're still a little boy, they're more balanced with your estrogen. So then as you get older, they start like overtaking it. They just become more and more like those traits just become more and more prominent as you get older.
based upon the individual's choices.
Huh?
I said it's based upon the individual's choices. Like who
True.
they decide to become. So we give more energy to that attribute.
Also true, yeah. The mind depends on your mental processing. Dude, I'm driving through the country right now, and it's kind of awesome. Like, just an open road for the most part. A couple cars. It's fall out here, so you get to see the colors change.
That's beautiful. You know, it's really interesting. Is what you can do as a person, just as an individual. I mean, you can do a lot, you know. If you're capable of communicating and connecting with other individuals, but that means you have to first regulate your own, you know, internal systems.
That's the hard part.
Yes, tricky. Hence why there's so many like relationship problems. You know, it's hard to relay a ship together because you're so used to settling your own.
Relay a ship. Oh my gosh. God damn. You. That makes sense.
It's just
a relationship, it's a vessel. A relationship is a vessel.
It's like that's how you gotta look at language. Like the prefix, the suffix, and then the middle. Like I guess you could say the midhaven, the I don't know what you want to call it, the middle. But it's like the whole makeup of the word. If you break it down, it's easier to understand why it was constructed in that manner and why it's used the way it's used. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah.
Eating a biscuit right now. I'm hungry.
You know, biscuit. What makes you think a cat has biscuits, bro?
You said what?
Cat has biscuits. That's like a thing in the South, where it's like there's a big ass biscuit like the size of a fucking cat's head, the size of a cat's head.
Yeah.
Dude, that reminds me, I'm gonna see my cat. I'm gonna see my cat today, bro. In approximately 3 hours.
It's hard.
I might take her with me. I just have to scoop her up for time. We'll see. Dude, why are, like, I think I learned this as a child, but why are evergreens green year round?
You said what?
How exactly, like, are evergreens, pine trees, how do they stay green year round?
I actually don't know. Maybe they retain nutrients within the
Yeah. You're right.
Because that's how a cactus stays alive in the desert.
Yeah, no, they retain nutrients in their pine needles. Like, so, like, how do they photosynthesize? Do they photosynthesize their pine needles?
I don't know. I think what we know about I think what people have been taught about photosynthesis is wrong. I think it's just energy, and the plant is converting the energy into like a shape and form that they can digest and utilize for itself. And I feel like just based upon the plant, they do it differently, like in a different way. But it's all the same, like general idea. Just reshaping energy to digest it to provide them the nutrients, to supply the life force. We can talk about how all things come together. Just imagine like an air bubble, like air just going into the water, like going underneath the water, right? And essentially, like that air pocket, like imagine that air pocket is a form of awareness, and that form of awareness has a filling, so it creates water. And then that air goes inside of water, right? And then that air starts vibrating within that water, and it starts vibrating in its own space and place, like its centralized location for an extended period of time. So it's moving really fast in the same place for a long time, and it starts to condense its own shape and form to be able to project itself in a new light. So it's like, just moving, and essentially, like I guess you can say like an underneath the water volcano begins to form because it's condensing itself. It condenses like a structure, like almost a cylinder-like structure, a cylinder-based structure to condense itself, similar to how we have cans for soda and shit like that. But like, in case, so then that fire it begins to be created because that's the air is vibrating underneath the water for such an extended period of time. It's moving so fast at the same place for such a long time, and it has to condense itself because fire can't, fire will suffocate underneath the water. It's going to be consumed, so it condenses its own vessel. It's combining the elements of fire and water to create like almost a rock-like structure, like a volcanic-like structure to condense itself. And then it's still spiraling and furthermore condensing itself, protecting itself. It starts to build up enough momentum, essentially, to propel itself, accelerate itself out of the water like a volcanic eruption, and it goes outside of the water. And the volcanic eruption, all the magma that comes out actually just it falls on top of the water, and it doesn't drop into the water. It falls on top of the water, and then it starts once after an extended period of time, it cools down. It starts to condense itself onto a land-like structure, and you get sand, and stone and other things of that nature, and other materials
like
that will.
Dried magma.
You said what?
Dried magma. The dried magma, and then the dried magma, eventually becomes land.
Exactly. So I basically just explained how an island comes to be. That's what I was explaining. And how
an island eventually becomes conscious.
And the only reason I explained all that is so people can better understand how life actually is. Because Earth, within itself, with everyone is calling what we're on, that just means the land. That just means dirt. Like, so we're just on the land that arose out of water. We're on water. That's what this actually is. If you guys really wanted to know, like, that's why there's hella more water than land, dipshits. And they were talking about, you know how they were talking about that theory of, I forgot what it's called, like it starts with a P, where all the consonants were like one. I think it's like Pangea. Like came to me. Yes.
Yeah, that's that shit. The original consonant.
So essentially,
Pangea.
like imagine like this is why there's even different cultures and different like races and shit like that, because they all wrote it from their own land based upon the energy they were producing in that space and place and location, and before they condense into like an actual like a vessel, because to even becoming human, there was various shapes and forms that we had to go through, because we were just spirits. We were that air that was underneath the water. But imagine a whole bunch of like clouds, that go underneath the water. Kind of how the process they explain of what is it? I forgot what it's called. When like it rains and then the water comes down, precipitation or some shit like that. And I don't know if that's what it's called. And like the water like it drops goes from the clouds, and then it goes right back to the sky. Like there's like that cycle, but it's converting its shape and form from like water to air essentially, and then water back to air. You know what I'm saying? But based upon its climate, because when you go high in the sky, it's colder. Duh. You know what I'm saying? This is why I'm saying. Weather is starting to be formulated, because there's like a form of I guess you say resistance that creates friction that dictates weather. This is how you get electricity and other things of that nature, various weathers. But that's there's a whole bunch of variable factors. But I'm not trying to get into that right now. I was trying to explain Pangea, and what I was explaining about this was, I mean, what I'm explaining is essentially the same thing, because I'm explaining that the spirits are all around us, and that you as an individual condensed enough of awareness into a vessel for an extended period of time to be able to create a human body. But I'm saying once upon a time, before there was any body here, it was just what I just explained, an island and shit like that. And then over an extended period of time, there was various shapes and forms that you were able to condense yourself in based upon the previous creations, the foundations that you laid down. You get what I'm saying? So it's like you're building upon yourself, and you can be like, take various shapes and forms, like animals came first and other shit of that nature. There's other things that I probably couldn't even, what I'm saying, really lay out right now based upon other people's imagination. You know what I'm saying? How people think. There's no collective space of relatability in the subconscious realm of reality. But in any case, what I'm explaining, look, what I'm explaining.
But they're like parents,
You said
they're
what?
like the first. Well, then you have reproduction, parents, and all that shit. But
well, even all that, that's just how that even happens. The parents have to agree to have sex and all that shit. That's a spirit right there. That's all ideas and thoughts are spirits. So they're just being led and shit. You like your child. You agreed to birth your fucking child into this realm of reality, whether you did it consciously or unconsciously.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy when you really think of it like that, but that is the face of reality. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't want to face that shit. A lot of people don't even know that that's how life actually is. You know what I'm saying? But this is what first of all, this is what astrology is actually even tracking. Like, the whole kill is like, it's just showing it in a different, I guess you could say a different perspective. Because it's like how you were explaining earlier, like, this is what I want you to get into, because before we even got on stream, you were talking about like your perception of the earth and the world around us, and how you thought the stars were just like coexisting like spirits. Essentially, I don't want to paraphrase. Could you explain how you explained that earlier?
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, like the whole concept of outer space. Fuck. Oh, fuck. This one is like expensive, bro. This is fuck. Cause when I was growing up, let's say when I was like, maybe even a couple years ago, I've always like been one to romanticize the concept of outer space, traveling different worlds, different planets, different galaxies, solar systems, all that shit, like, I've always absolutely loved the thought of traversing these places, And, bro, like, okay, let's entertain the theory that maybe none of that exists. Maybe there is no void or space, all these concepts that have been introduced to us that we've been indoctrinated with, like wormholes, black holes, all the shit that NASA says. What if it's all just like celestial entities, like beings, spirits, I guess you could say, like condensed forms of energy that don't actually have necessarily a physical matter, but are condensed enough to where we can see them with our naked eye. So planets, stars, sun.
Right. Imagine a star was just another body of water, just like how we're a body of water, like we're on right now.
Yeah, it's just the light body, bro.
But not even just like not even just the body. I'm talking about also like what they call the Earth. This is also just a body of water as well. Even though we're also water on it too. It tells you a lot about reality. But yeah.
Yeah.
You sound like all those. Imagine like you like as a individual spirit, you took forms of awareness from these space and locations, these geographical locations, in these spaces and places, what they call the stars, and they've named them and shit like that. So like I'll just name a few, like Andromeda, Vega, and you probably went to motherfucking Lyra.
Dude, look at this.
And then you just took those.
I love the idea that there's a sister galaxy, that we have a sister galaxy.
You said what?
I love the idea that there's a galaxy, like Andromeda is a galaxy rotating on the same axis, like rotating in the same galactic system. Like it's our sister galaxy, so eventually they'll collide. But like, if we entertain this theory, like it's just another spirit, essentially. That's crazy, man. Like, unless you observe, I don't really know what to think, to be honest.
That's how the world kind of leaves you a lot of the time, like.
Yeah, man. Like, I would like to observe these Andromeda from a telescope. In real time, just a telescope, me, and I'm just like trying to find fucking Andromeda. And really see what that shit's about.
I just feel like it's impossible to really see what's really there through a telescope because I think it's really impossible to see what's really there through a telescope because the telescope is such a condensed form of awareness. It's such a low density that it actually can't perceive like motion on a higher density. Like there's another way to link there to actually make that connection and perceive it, but it won't be through a telescope. I feel like the only way to do it is through yourself. You're already the highest form of technology. You can connect with any star system, any body of water. You know what I'm saying? Any other planet that's in the galaxy, however you want to perceive it. But that's essentially what it is. That's what we're explaining. Like imagine you went to like said locations that I named, and you took like forms of awareness there, like you lived lives there, and that like density and shit like that, and you condense that form of awareness and brought it here to some extent, and you actually can still connect there and make that connection, and even further extend your awareness to other places. And what if you're even doing that in your dream state, and that's really what's happening and shit like that? But you can actually like, you know what I'm saying, drive the car. You actually can take control of it. You know? And like actually understand what you're doing. What's your thoughts on that?
Wait, no. Yeah, repeat that one time, though? Because my audio is like, I caught some of that, but, no, I didn't even catch like half of that, bro.
Oh, you said you didn't catch half of that?
No, I didn't catch much of that, what you just said. Like, everything you just said.
Damn. Okay, basically what I was explaining is, like, say, like, imagine you went to all these, like, you went to some of these places and locations like Lyra, Vega, and Rama, and whatnot, and you took forms of awareness, like, you lived lives there. You condensed that form of awareness and brought it here, and you can still connect there, because you're the highest form of technology, right? And essentially, you're connecting to all those places. Like, okay, what if you were connected to all those places in your dream state? You know what I'm saying? And, like, you can consciously, like, do that. You can become aware of what you were doing, like connecting to those places and spaces, and also like connect to further other, you know what I'm saying, other bodies of waters and other, you know what I'm saying, forms of awareness that you can absorb, you know what I'm saying, and take and bring it back here and create something here. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
Yeah, but I was saying you won't be able to see with a telescope though.
Lived other lives in other places, then yeah.
Wait, you said what?
You know, like if you've lived other lives in other places, then you can connect that information to,
Right. But I also feel like it's possible for you to connect to new places that you've never even been. You know what I'm saying? When you're consciously, like, you know what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? You're driving the car. Your shit. You gotta imagine. We're all just moving through space constantly. And even when we're on what they call Earth is constantly moving. And imagine these stars that we see all the time are just the other spirits, the other bodies of waters that are also moving with us. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta understand, like, how we're one self, there's billions and millions of cells that make us up. So you gotta understand, like, that's the same construct that goes into this world. Like, we're on a body of water, a world, but we're just cells on this one world. You get what I'm saying? This world has its own individual form of awareness that we're all connected to some extent. But you know what I'm saying? To a huge extent, obviously. But you know, a lot of people can't recognize it. So I mean, look, you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to present like a macro and a micro level perception of.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, like yeah, we're all just cells living on this planet, and we're part of this planet's ecosystem.
Right, and imagine the stars are other cells, like they're other cells that are on like the same frequency as of this planet, and they're traveling with this planet, and we're all like going through a transverse. Like just how we wake up in the morning and go up and do something every day or some shit like that. You know, they're kind of just all traveling. We're just all traveling together, just micro and macro forms.
Yeah.
Because there's no life without motion. So that means life is just it's just indicating that there's motion to some extent. Like there's movement. Things are happening.
Yes.
And the contradiction of that, the opposite of that would be death. Essentially, everything's at rest. There's supposed to be no motion in death. You know what I'm saying? It's like similar to how you sleep. Like your body doesn't move anymore, but something is aware and something is moving. You know, something's at motion. You know what I'm saying? In motion, and that's a form of awareness. Your awareness never ceases to exist. That's what I'm explaining. That's what your spirit is. That's what you are. You're just your form of awareness. At the end of the day, you're not the body, none of this shit. You're using all this shit to condense your form of awareness and utilize and make other shit happen so you can create things in different realms of realities. That's what I'm explaining. Yeah, but see, the thing about modern day science, there's like they kind of just they're so stuck into the belief that it's just the body. There's no further like acknowledgement of anything else, but it doesn't really make any sense because like it just doesn't make sense. Everything is awareness. Like that's just what.
Yeah, no, of course.
Like their whole thing is they think okay, once the body goes, it's gone. But if that was true, that means when you sleep, you wouldn't be able to dream. You wouldn't be able to dream anything. You wouldn't be able to see anything. Like.
Shit. Oh shit. Fuck. 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 Damn. I missed my exit.
Damn. That really sucks.
It's all good though. I'm gonna pop a U-turn.
Yeah, there's always another way.
Yeah. Yeah. Awareness is constant motion. Compression, decompression, gravitation, radiation. I'm just trying to think like. Oh, fuck, dude.
What's up?
Yo,
What's up?
I might have realized some shit. Okay, remember I was talking about the Taurus fields earlier?
Yeah.
Taurus flux field.
Yeah.
So there's energy, there's electricity and magnetism. Electricity being the particle and magnetism being the wavelength. But electricity is basically just condensed wavelength, so it's still like fucking wavelength. It's all the same shit. But okay, so that being known, you look up. Let's say this is we know for a fact that we as material beings living on a material planet exist in the very focal point of a toroidal flux field, because that is the point in which energies can
Damn, the call failed. He did say he was riding in the country. I figured something was wrong there because the silence was so prolonged. But I am writing down everything he's saying. So that's also the thing. You're probably thinking, what am I going to do? What the fuck? Eli? I called him back and it said I was on the phone with him. Yo.
Bro.
The call just failed again. I need to find my card, bruh. I can find that shit right now, bruh. That's some bullshit there. That shit really fell. So I'm gonna try calling back.
Oh, what's happening?
Bro, the call keeps failing, bro.
Oh shit. Okay, it might be because I'm going through some woods, but it doesn't have like data right now, so hopefully we alright. But yeah, no. Okay, so I was talking about how these celestial bodies are just other points of energy, like other wavelength packages that are circulating in the magnetic field, in the magnetic flux field that is the universe, that toroidal magnetic flux field. And that they're all condensing, all those energies are condensing at the focal point where we are. So it's all like an ecosystem. It's all molecules or cells interacting with each other, as you said. Just as said, but we're like a focal point in that system. Therefore, we have to be. What do you think? Now, I'm not going to get into like.
Well,
I'm not
I think
into.
I think you're cutting in and out, and you should say everything you said again because you really are.
Okay, so I think I have bad service right now. I think I'm going through like a rough patch.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait because you're still breaking up. You're gonna have to just wait.
Oh, much longer. 7.3 kilometers. US 341 South. Okay. Steady. I guess 4 minutes faster. So of course I'm going to take the faster route. Like, what do you mean? How is that? It seems like a roundabout way. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Just looking for something right now.
The gun, the show, oh, mean.
Yeah, what's up?
So,
I can hear you. What's up?
am I back? Am I back?
Yeah, you're not breaking up, so you can repeat all that.
Alright, so, just like you said, the universe is an ecosystem, right? Different moving parts and shit. Okay, but since we know for a fact that we live on physical matter, that means we're a focal point. We exist at the 0 point, at the point of highest compression. Therefore,
Wait, you're saying... Wait, say that again? Hold up. That time I actually just blanked out.
because we exist on a physical planet and we inhabit physical bodies, we know for a fact that we exist at the 0 point of the toroidal flux field system. Right? I mean a toroidal magnetic flux field.
Oh yes, because no life would. There would be no. There would. For it to be any like life, any true motion, it would have to be in the center point, the focal point, because all the energy, everything's being condensed into one space and place. I mean, various spaces and places amongst one space and place.
Yes. But we know for a fact that this planet exists at a focal point, at a 0 point. Because that's where energy is being condensed to the most extreme. And that's essentially what matter is. It's energy that's been condensed to the extreme.
Exactly.
So, let's say everything else that's observable in the universe is not matter. It's energy. It's observable energy. But that it's not existing in the focal point of the universal ecosystem. It doesn't exist in the focal point of the flux field. Those bodies of energy are existing in places where energy is being cycled but not condensed.
Wait.
So the energy is more dissipated, it's more spread out.
Oh my god. Hold on, say that again, because you're actually saying some really insightful shit that's making me think. But, hold up. I'm not connected.
Okay, I'm about to take it right. These country back roads, bro. So I think I'm about to get into town, though.
No cap.
Hey, give me like Yeah, no. Give me like a couple, like 30. I'm about to be in town in like literally 30 seconds. Service will probably come back. I see a water tower and shit. Fucking country back roads. We have some all those trees and no cell towers, nothing like that, which can be nice, but not for these purposes. Stop, 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 stop. Alright, you should be able to hear me now.
Nah, I can hear you pretty clearly. No, like you haven't been breaking up, bro. Like the last 2 times I actually repeat yourself, like I actually like wanted to hear what you had to say again.
Oh, okay, I got you. No. The fucking. So everything else that's in the observable universe is not. It's not matter just yet. It's energy that's in the process of being condensed into matter. It's literally energy that's on its way to Earth, bro.
Ah.
It's in the cycle. It's in the cycle and it's approaching Earth. That's why you have all these projections of astrology and fucking energies that are hitting us, that are affecting us. Because all this energy is just on its approach to Earth, the focal point.
That makes so much sense.
And then of course you have like higher realms and shit like that. Like higher, like an entirely different, like a realm that exists in a higher frequency, but there still exists matter there and shit like that. And then there are realms that are even higher that where maybe matter doesn't even exist, because matter inherently is like a pretty low vibrational form, like shape and form of reality, of energy. But holy shit. Then there'd be more lands past the Antarctic Circle. I swear, bro. Like the fucking ice walls and shit. I've been getting into this shit, bro. Not even gonna lie to you. So apparently there's all the oceans. So the reason why we're presented with the concept of a globe Earth, of a spherical Earth, is because a sphere is a container. So it contains all the known lands within it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in this model, there's no land that has not yet been uncovered. Because it's a closed container, it's a sphere. So that leaves no room for more possibility.
Exactly.
But when you break out of that, bro, there's more land past Antarctica. Antarctica is not its own continent. Antarctica is literally a wall of ice that circumferences the entire ocean. So no matter if you go far enough in any direction around the ocean in a boat, you'll eventually reach a wall of ice. In order to like circumnavigate, quote unquote, the globe, you actually have to like go around. Like you have to go around the ocean. But if you just keep going, you'll eventually hit the ice wall. And then past the ice wall is like another pod. It's like another pod of water where there exists other land.
They showed that shit on hella movies though, bro. Attack on Titans, that's what Attack on Titans was about.
Yo, I'm telling you, they be doing that shit. That fucking deep state predictive programming shit.
There's
even coming
Disney
to the anime now that. Huh?
They have another Disney movie. I forgot what it's called, but it was like it came out like this year or last year. His father was an explorer, and he established all this land, but his dream was to make it like.
Oh, that shit. Yeah, no, I know that Strange World.
Strange World, yeah.
That shit was actually pretty hard.
Yeah, no cap.
That's pretty good. I like that. But, yeah, bro. This is like, this shit is crazy, bro. There's more out there. That's why we gotta go to fucking Antarctica and, like, traverse the ice until we reach another ocean.
No cap.
Oh, shit. But there are treaties in place by, like, the United Nations, just the world government in general, where they have, like, there's a certain point in Antarctica where you can't go past.
Yeah.
Anson was telling me about this shit. My boy Anson was telling me about, bro, like, he's done more research on it than I have, but, Colonel something, there's a United States colonel that went to explore Antarctica and, like, see what land life passed there, and when they were flying over the shit, they eventually found more land, but they marked a certain spot where you can't go past, like, they have radars set up and shit to, like, detect aircraft that fly over that spot and shoot them down, all that shit.
Damn.
So that's why you gotta go by land, bro. You can't be, unless you have, like, some supersonic, like, anti-gravity form of, like, fucking spacecraft to just, like, blitz that shit, it's probably best to go by land. I mean, yeah, no, like, unless I, like, make some crazy breakthroughs in the near future, I don't know, bro. I've always wanted to make an anti-gravity propulsion system, but I know, like, right now I'm, like, nowhere near that. Unless, I don't know, maybe I am, I don't know. Like, I don't know enough yet, you know? Like, I don't know shit yet. I need to learn more. Like, maybe I'm, like, right on the precipice, and I don't even know it.
Okay.
A lot of times that's what it is with a lot of shit, you know?
100%.
Just, like, missing you're just missing a, like, single piece to the puzzle. You know, you ever, like, astral projected into, like, higher realms?
I mean, what do you mean?
And you're like, where the fuck?
You said what?
Like, I'm talking like you ever heard of you know about the tree of Yggdrasil?
The what?
The tree of Yggdrasil.
The tray of Yankersville?
The great tree, the tree of Yggdrasil.
Oh, in Viking lore.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Norse mythology, bro. The tree of Yggdrasil, we exist in that model, we exist in Midgard. But they're higher realms. You know, just like the heaven and hell shit, but it's more complicated. It's not that simple, you know? It's more complicated than that. There are different sets of higher realms and different sets of lower realms, you know?
Right.
Midgard is the focal point for them all. But Midgard is the only realm where physical matter actually exists. All these higher realms are purely ethereal and astral realms. Because the energy is so high that it can't be, the frequency of those realms is so high that it doesn't allow for, like, compression to the extent of, like, producing matter. Like, in order to produce, but then, like, in the low, I guess maybe there is physical matter in lower realms then. Because, you know, it's like liquid, solid, gas. That's making me realize some shit. But, yeah, no. So, I'm saying, like, have you ever astral projected to, like, a higher realm? From, like, think about it in the perspective of, like, Yggdrasil. Like, you have, like, Alfheim, Vanaheim, Isis, Ether, which is another, just a synonym for Asgard. And then you have like some lower realms, for example, like you have like mid-tier lower realms like Niflheim, fucking, and then you have like lower realms like Svartalheim, Helheim, and yeah, I don't know, but
No,
yeah,
but I
no,
definitely have.
but if you think about it, so we're in Midgard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everything in the observable universe is just energy that's being condensed into the Earth. It's a physical matter, and we're interacting with all of it. It's affecting us, and we're affecting it. And it's an ecosystem. Well, there are other realms and higher and lower states of vibration that are existing outside of this, above and below us, like radio frequency shit.
Precisely.
Oh shit, what's that? You know, you've ever like, you know, had a dream and you're like in a place that you don't like recognize at all. It doesn't seem like Earth. You know, the colors are like weird, and the colors are like very vibrant or very dull, depending on where you go.
Oh no, yeah, I've definitely been around the block, bro.
Been around. James, I've been in the astral block. Nah, I want to go discover more land, bro. Maybe not discover, but just explore. Like, damn, go past Antarctica.
It should be so satisfying.
Like all these concepts of like traveling through the universe and shit. Like all that shit is always at our fingertips.
Right.
Like we innately encapsulate this technology that allows us to like project our consciousness into infinity. Like the whole concept of like traveling space in like a vessel, and you have a crew and you have a spaceship and shit. Like all that is like, it's just unnecessary. It's just part of the fucking deep state shit, bro. Like, it's already at your fingertips. You just don't realize it.
Okay.
Like now I'm more concerned about shit. Like more land past Antarctica? Damn. Like what if we just like go to like another pod of ocean, like another pod of ocean, yeah, with other lands, and it's like fucking, I don't know, like fantasy realms and shit. Like find other dystopian realities and shit. Like just like travel around. Kind of like all kinds of different like themes, you know. All kinds of different themes. Damn. Fuck.
I think the most important part is creating a map, a sustainable map.
Yes, bro. We need to find like a bunch of pods and map them out. You know? And like have like, yeah, no. Dude, the frontier has not dude, like, that's always something that I've, like, lamented over. Like, lamented over being born in this era because I didn't feel like there's any other, like, known discoverable shit. Or, like, any other shit that could be uncovered, you know?
Yeah.
More land to discover. More places to explore. And, that's, you know, that's why I was, like, had this, why I romanticized, like, the, you know, space travel and all that shit. That's, like, fake, but that's why I entertained the idea of it, you know? Like, I enjoy thinking about that because it, like, entertains the idea of exploring unknown places, exploring the unknown.
Okay.
So, you know, there is more land out there, bro. Like, I'm about to go in and just, you know, see that shit.
Okay.
Now, I'd be so like, dude, we gotta go on an expedition for sure.
What's happening, bro?
Like, we can still go to places like, we can still go to South America, research the Mayans. Bro, what if the Mayans fucking, like, left this pod? No, the Mayans mysteriously fucking disappeared?
Yeah.
What if they still exist in this fucking paradigm, like, in Midgard somewhere, but just in a different, like, pot of ocean? What if they just, they're like, you know what, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna go to a different fucking location.
It's likely, bro.
And you know. Shit, dude, this shit is flat. What the fuck? Bro, I do not know what the fuck is going on.
What happened?
I'm at this weird ass. I've never seen an intersection like this before. This shit is fucked. Oh. Excuse me, boss. I'm gonna get home.
Life be feeling like ice belly.
Dude, I'm hungry.
No cap, I just ate too.
Bro, I miss my mom's lentils, I'm not even gonna lie. My mom used ginormous pots of lentils. Like the fucking best lentils I ever had in my life. Maybe they were like sweet, slightly sweet with the red beans and shit. And like, man. Have that with rice, man.
Cracking.
I want to replicate that recipe. I think she sent it to me. I just never made it. Bro, if I could have that this Thanksgiving, I'm going to make that shit, bro. Fuck it. Because my family's going to be making casseroles and all this shit. Like, you know, turkey and all that shit. But, like, I want some fucking lentils, bro.
No cap.
Alright, we'll see what is happening here. Like, what is this shit? Okay. Oh shit. Okay, I can keep going. Dude, this is such a weird. That's the weirdest intersection I've ever gone through in my life. So there was like a part of it where like people are going. There was like a part of the intersection where it's like 4 lanes and it's in the middle of the fucking road, right? Mm-hmm. But when the light turns red for one side of the road, you have to stop, and then the light turns. So basically, when the light turns green, all 4 of those lanes are open to whichever direction the traffic is moving. And then when the light switches back red, then the opposite side of traffic can use all 4 of those lanes as well. So there's like no yellow line or whatever. Shit tripped me out. Georgia be having some weird infrastructure with the roads, bro.
Yeah, that shit's suspect, bro.
Port Valley. That's where I'm at right now. What the fuck? You just ran that shit. Like Avalon, Atlantis, fucking it. Also, I forgot to mention. Did I mention Tartaria to you?
Not today, but before. You could say.
Okay. So Tartaria was like a country that was at large, I guess. It was one of the world's powers up until the 1800s. But I really got to do. I can't really say too much about Tartaria because I don't really know for sure, to be honest. Like I know, like intuitively, but I can't really give you any like concrete information. That's like fact checked and all that.
Yeah. I mean, what do you know about it? At least give an introduction.
So it's a civilization that was erased from history by really like by the Vatican, to be honest.
Oh. Yeah, that's no surprise.
I mean, dude, the entire like the Jesuits, the fucking, the Roman Catholic Church, the Vatican, like the Vatican has their hands in fucking everything.
Yes. We
they're behind fucking with like everything, bro. Like they infiltrated the Jesuits, and the Jesuits started the Roman Catholic Church, the Pope, all that shit. And then everything other like branch of Christianity is based off of that, whether you like it or not. And it all stems from the Vatican. And then like modern Western culture all stems from that too. Like, and then that is also influencing like all the other parts of the world as well. It's like it's crazy, bro. But so they erased Tartaria from history. Tartaria was, I guess, like a rival to their organization, like a more evolved, like had access to free energy, would freely like distribute free energy. They made their buildings out of this geothermic polymer that it ages, but it doesn't decompose, which is interesting. I don't really, like, a lot of buildings, you'll find a lot of buildings, if you do, like, Tartaria buildings, like, a lot of these buildings are Tartarian, like, for example, the white in the United States, oh, shit, yeah, sure, why not? In the United States, we have, you know, the White House. Nah, I'm not going to say the White House. You know, there are records of, I'm not going to say that shit. Because yeah, no. Okay, let's see, what else? No, Penn Station, that got torn down in New York. Penn Station was the biggest train station in New York for a long time before they tore down and built Madison Square Garden on top of it. What else? You got Penn Station.
The Twin Towers?
Nah, Twin Towers were there. Oh shit, fuck no. Dude, you might be right. Wait, what? What did the Twin Towers look like? Were they like glass towers or were they like stone?
Look, and this is why I didn't want to connect it earlier, but this is the truth. Like, you remember how you were talking about earlier, how they would create like structures to the highest point, you know, because they wanted to reach God, like the Tower of Babel and shit like that, and the temples. Same thing they did with the Twin Towers, the World Trade Centers. They were the tallest buildings in the world. They were right beside each other. They were all glass. Like, and what did they do? Come on, we know what happened, bro.
World Trade Center. I would have loved to be alive at that time, to, like, see that place, you know? But then, you know, you have, like, the Chicago World's Fair before they tore that shit down and built a new one on top of it. Like, all Tartarian structures are predominantly made out of this geothermic cobble. It's like a stone. And it's a mixture, like, it's almost like a concrete, but it's more durable. And as it ages, it becomes stronger. Like, the molecules condense further down as it ages. Makes it more compact. So, like, all these old stone buildings that don't look like they're, like, you know, like, that just stand out, and they're like, who the fuck actually built that, you know? Like, that building does not align with the architecture of any, like, at any point in American history, or in world history. Like, Americans were building shit with, like, out of wood and brick. And then you just have this, like, beautiful stone, like building that's, like, tall as fuck and beyond, like, what anything was building at the time, and then they want to claim that they built it themselves, you know? Like, no, motherfucker, that shit was already there. You just, like, bought the land where it was on and, like, made whatever you wanted out of it, and then eventually tore it down. But, you know, like, Penn Station, the Chicago World's Fair before, you know, the old one. Another building is, there's another one in New York that I'm forgetting the name of. I think the Empire State was not. The Empire State was actually built. Yeah, no. The Empire State is not a Tartarian structure. You know those, like, that tower in Moscow, Russia, that's like the center of Russia? It's like a building that looks like a circus with the domes it has. The dome-like structures with the points.
Wait, what structure? Dome-like structure?
That building in Russia. It's in Moscow, and it's like the most famous, one of the most famous buildings. It might be one of the seven wonders, actually.
Really? Oh fuck, hold on.
Yeah. The seven wonders of the ancient world.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah. Actually, I wanted to play a video on stream that I found on YouTube about Tartaria. I'm really interested in it now, so I wanted to play a video on stream about it.
Bro, the Colossus of Rhodes might also, claim to be like Greek or Roman, but the Colossus of Rhodes is also one of those seven wonders that like there's historical documents about it, but apparently like nobody can prove it was actually there, which is probably bullshit.
The Colossus of what?
The Colossus of Rhodes.
Of Rose?
Rhodes, like Roades.
Oh, I see. Oh yeah, it was all the same thing probably. Let's see. Yeah, it resembles the what do they have in New York? The Statue of Liberty?
Yeah, Statue of Liberty.
Yeah. It's like the exact same thing, but just the male version.
Yeah, pretty much. You also have, what else? of course the fucking pyramids are Tartarian. Come on now. Like, you're gonna tell me, like, bro, the pyramids have to be Tartarian, because if Tartaria had access to free energy propulsion, free energy distribution, their infrastructure was based all around free energy, well, the pyramids wouldn't be that hard to construct at that point, you know? You have all these apparatuses that can essentially, like, do that shit. No need for, slaves and, quote-unquote aliens and shit like that. It's just ancient civilizations that have been erased from history that are responsible for that shit.
Okay.
In Tartaria, like, they had, like, a central location, I guess you could say. Oh, fuck. What? Okay, wait, give me 1 sec. Gotta lock in real quick. This driving shit getting crazy. Let me slow my ass down, let you pass me. Come on with it. Alright. Exit 135, okay. Dude, I'm so glad I moved up to the northwest area of the state. Dude, I love it up there, bro. Got my park floor gym, fucking river, Columbus, nice, great, beautiful. Dope place to be.
Oh yeah, I did want to put this video about Tartaria because I'm real interested in it now. I want to play it for the stream, and I
Yeah,
want to
bro.
watch it. Tell me if you can hear it.
Okay. Damn, I don't think I can hear it, but it's fine.
Yeah, this shit hella low on my end too. I think it's because I'm on the phone.
Oh. Oh, okay. What are you streaming on?
OBS.
OBO?
OBS.
Oh. Interesting. Ah! Shit. Oh. Oh, look at that. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot the videos.
There's been a lot of hype about Tartary lately, and what some are claiming is an effort to hide a significant chapter of human history. Up until the late 18th century, the great empire of Tartaria was a vast country located in northern and central Asia, stretching eastward from the Caspian Sea and from the Ural Mountains to the Pacific Ocean.
An ad for real?
Like that.
Here's an ancient maps had worldwide influence and once was ruled by an Aryan nobility.
Yeah, we doing the dance, huh?
Modern interpretation of Genghis Khan. Yet, in reality, Genghis Khan had red hair and
I love it when the speed limit is like 60 miles an hour, but the flow of traffic is like fucking 20 miles an hour of the speed limit.
Buddha has been transformed in modern times into a fat, or sometimes rather obese, East Asian man. Painted on the walls of ancient Buddhist caves, you can see the true origins of the ancient cultures of China, Iran, India, where blonde and red-headed monks wear Chinese silk with Persian patterns, complete with a dot on their forehead.
It's a shame that these figures have now been defaced by people running faiths at some time in the past. But it's very easy to see what they look like, and we can tell who they were. He's got the red veil, red hair, parted in the middle.
These Silk Road Aryans left mummies dating back 4,000 years, as well as swastikas predating Buddha by millennia, and predating any East Asians in China by at least 1,000 years. While some associate the swastika with Hitler, I would like to point out that this Russian swastika from before Hitler's time, before World War II, shows the swastika in the exact same position. That said, this is the United States Boeing aircraft with a swastika painted on the side. It seems to me that the evil connotation was not from Hitler, but from the winners of World War II, who seem to have something to hide.
There was a race of people known as Tartarians, which many historians know little about. Some speculate that they were once a great and sophisticated empire. Old maps clearly identify Tartary, or Great Tartary, as a huge landmass. Its people were described as Turkic, an ethno-linguistic culture found throughout Asia, North Africa, and parts of Europe. Tartary had its own flag, their own kings, and their own language. Maybe these Tartarians were related to the original three-dimensional Aryans, who appeared during the Age of Aries, descendants of some of those who survived the cataclysm which wiped out Atlantis. This is interesting because in Herodotus's histories he talks about a people called Atarantians. Could he be referring to the Tartarians, possibly descendants of the Atlanteans?
So they said the Tartarians are possible descendants of the Tartarians. I don't know what correlation they were trying to make with Genghis Khan, but he was a huge theme. They're still talking about it. There's an ad.
Oh, really? I mean, like I said, I don't really have too much information about it. Like, I've done more research on other subjects, you know, like, I'm actually just getting into, like, this specific subject, so I need to do a lot more digging. And, you know, Genghis Khan very well might have to do something with it, you know?
Exactly.
Because, like I said, Tartaria had, like, a home country, and it was actually in Mongolia, but it was called, Tartary. Tartary. It is around, you know, like, yeah, you're like Central Eurasia, or no, Eurasia, so yeah, Eastern Asia.
So they're saying that a CIA document was released in 1999 that was claiming that the Soviet Union wanted to erase all the Tartarian information from, like, you know what I'm saying? That's what they did. That was their aim, the Soviet. And they're also explaining, like, the
Yeah, we gotta
connectivity
find that document.
to the swastika. They're saying that like the winners of World War II were trying to hide something because that symbol was connected to many other things before it was even associated with Hitler and, you know, all that shit.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I need to do more research about the Tartarians. I need to look into that. Oh shit, I'm going way too fast. Just realized that. I don't know where the speed limit marker was, but that's not 60 miles an hour. Unless it is, and this dude just pulled out in the left lane, like, with his head in his ass.
After the German National Socialists came to power in 1933, a strong relationship developed between themselves and the Iranian Shah. A great deal of trade took place between the two countries, with almost 50% of Iranians' overall trade being with Germany. The Iranian people were immune to the German racial Nuremberg laws because of their Aryan heritage. In 1935, the Shah asked the international community to refer to the country as Iran, land of Aryans, instead of its Western adopted name of Persia. In 1939, Germany gave the Iranians a library of over 7,000
Yeah, this motherfucker got a whole ass recliner in his truck bed. That's wild.
and the close relationship between the two Aryan cultures. Because of these close ties and volume of trade taking place between Iran and Trying to keep all sides happy, the Shah promoted his country as neutral. Unconvinced of this, the Allies invaded on the 25th of August 1941 in a joint Anglo-Soviet attack on Iran. 3 weeks later, the Shah and any pro-German government officials were asked to resign. The Shah's son replaced him as head of state, allowing the Allies control of the country's oil fields. Between the 28th of November and the 1st of December 1943, the Tehran Conference took place, the first time the big three Allied leaders had met together during the war, to discuss future strategy concerning a second front against Germany, and also the need to recognize Iran as an independent country.
Okay. But I'm gonna watch this other one. But this time I'm gonna play it on my phone so you can hear it. This one's long, but the second one is much longer. But I'm actually intrigued because like what I'm seeing is it really was an ancient empire that was essentially covered up. But what they're saying is all the information was basically covered up after World War II, like after the World Wars and shit. Like, I mean, if you really look at history, that's when that was like 100 years ago too, and that's when everything is kind of like blurry, like, because like, nigga, the victors write the stories. I mean, it's simple like that, like.
No, but I'm saying like, they have been a prosperous empire like that had influence over the entire world, just like the United States now, but in a positive light, instead of like, not the United States' influence over the world isn't necessarily a good one.
So imagine they were a part, like riddle this, like they were actually a part of one of the world wars, or both of them, and they were completely wiped out, and like now we just don't know about them, like, you know what I'm saying? Because they're just like a lost thought, a lost idea.
Have you gotten?
You said what?
Have you gone to the mudslide part?
You said what?
Have you gone to the mudslide part?
The mudslide? That's what when I first searched it up, that was the first things that was coming up. But no, I haven't seen anything about, like, in the video they weren't talking about that though. But there's another video that's like 50 minutes long.
Apparently they got wiped out because I don't know who exactly, but used a seismic device, essentially weaponized their free energy technology to create a seismic weapon that made a huge mud flood, like a huge fucking mud, imagine like a tsunami of mud. Or just, a humongous flood, like sweeping the land, and it's all just fucking mud. That's why a lot of their structures are actually, a lot of Tartarian structures that are still around today are said to have many underground, like, actually go deep under the ground. So they're actually, like, extremely tall. They were extremely tall when all of it was still above ground.
Damn.
Like, I'm talking on the scale of that one building in Dubai. But you know the building I'm talking about in Dubai that's the tallest in the world at the moment?
Nah, I was actually thinking about that this morning. Like, what's the current tallest building in the world?
It's in Dubai.
It's crazy.
Did you see it?
outside real quick. I'm about to go outside real quick. It's called Burj Khalifa. Burj Khalifa?
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, what the fuck? Now I'm looking at it.
Yeah, it's tall, right?
That shit crazy. That shit hella crazy.
But imagine something like that, but it's all built out of like stone and marble. That's sick, right? I love that aesthetic. Uh-oh. Okay.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
He doing his thing. Doing mine. But it's not just the Soviets that wanted to erase Tartaria. I mean, their existence itself is not like the knowledge of their existence does not benefit the current like global bureaucrats.
Nah, but this is how you know everything is just reflection and projection in terms of like the sun and the moon and shit like that. Like, bro, like it's just like the sun emits a light and we're on like water, and water is just like a mirror. I don't know, we got a mirror by taking sand, burning the fuck out of it, you know what I'm saying, over a certain heat, and it created a glass-like structure, and then now we can see our reflection. But before that water, we could see our reflection just by looking in the water. Anyways, I'm just saying, shit is just a reflection. It's literally like, I was just thinking about all that shit, bro. It's literally just a reflection, bro. Like, the sun's beaming down on this body of water, and then we're seeing the reflection, which would be the moon. And that we're seeing like us, what we're on, which is the moon. It's like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, crazy. But yeah, because like I'm seeing like, bro, like the moon is. I can see the moon right now where I saw the sun, basically at like what time is it? That was. I was for 3 hours. Shit, that was.
Damn, this stream is long, bro. We've been on here for 3 hours now.
No cap.
Or has it only been an hour?
No, it's been 3 hours. The call ended, so I had to call back. But.
Oh yeah.
The sun was
okay.
at 11. Like 12.
Forgot that they called.
1. You know what I'm saying? That's where the moon is like generally at now, and it's 4:37. It's like 3-4 hours to see, you know what I'm saying, like your exact location type shit. So weird. I mean, it's funny. It's funny because like we're thinking about terms of like understanding like navigation. You only can rely on your environment and your senses around you. So like this is. You have to be able to study. This is literally how you study. Is what I'm explaining right now. You know what I'm saying? Well, partially, that's one aspect of like geo navigation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I agree. Dude, I see another building right now. Like, any building that has, like, a dome on top of it with pillars and shit, most likely Tartarian. Most likely Tartarian. Gotta be Tartarian.
My laptop about to fucking die. She was on 12%. It's because I wasn't charging it all this fucking time.
You got a charge?
No, yeah, I got a charger, but like, I'm about to go outside and smoke. Hopefully it doesn't die outside. I need to get my headphones there. Where the fuck is my headphones? You said publish the stream. I got you. See, it needs to automatically publish. I don't know why I have to manually publish the shit like every day now. This shit crazy. But I also gotta upload the other joint to YouTube. Hold on, I gotta export the shit. I got y'all there. What's up, though? How you feeling, Hira? Let me see. All right, it should publish. It should be geeky. Yeah. Oh, I got everything. He said, or do you have it on auto publish? I don't know how to get it on auto publish. Like, it was when I first started streaming on Twitch, it was automatically publishing. But like at some point it just stopped, like by itself. I don't know why, bro. And he said, I'm good, bro. I just tuned in. That's what's up, bro. Eli on the phone right now. We podcasting. You said what? What'd you? Yeah, we've been on Twitch for a minute. But someone was it was Hira. He's actually in here right now. He's watching the stream. Man, I knew I should have got that fucking book. It was a really good idea. No, just to put my laptop on top of it. He said, what you doing for Thanksgiving? My brother's coming for Thanksgiving. We're having like a Friendsgiving over here. You're not even that far from me, bro. Like, if anything, I could really see you for Thanksgiving. I'm not even gonna lie. I went to San Antonio last week. It was only like a 45-minute drive. So I'm just grilling. What in Mexico? Used to do what in Mexico? Oh, Friendsgiving? Oh, yeah, no cap. Exactly, bro. And all we're celebrating on Thanksgiving is treachery and betrayal, bro. And stealing someone's information and acting like you're their friend. That shit crazy. And that shows you what the world's built on, bro. And they celebrate this shit. They celebrate putting Jesus on the cross, too. That shit crazy to me. All this shit crazy. The fuck? Oh, yeah, bro. I know it's supposed to be his birthday, and then Easter's supposed to be the resurrection and shit like that, but like, it don't make sense. Yeah. It's all modern day sun worship. Ain't nothing new, just remodeled. I'm glad though, bro. What you got in your mind though, Eli? Mm-mm. You said you a daily smoker 24/7? 24/7? No, but daily, yes, pretty much. That'd be funny. Tell y'all, bro. Life crazy. Mm-hmm. Some of y'all pay attention to their new lens. He said you should do it way less. Twice a month is my rec. And when you smoke all the time, it stops working well. Just another addiction, dude. But you do you. Yeah, I know. I'm not denying it. Definitely is, man. But you know what I'm saying? Everyone's addicted to something. You say good, some people are. So I'm carrying my cancer right now. You got those people right. Oh shit. Mm-hmm. I do remember that. Like, yeah. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, that's how it's been. But he said, type shit. He said, and I shoot those people on sight. Subhuman, well, I went too far. Nobody chose who they are after all. I'm crying. I mean, to a certain extent. Like, I really was, like, kind of, I don't know, it's like my life. You know what I'm saying? So, it's an interesting thought, saying nobody chooses who they are after all. I mean, like, that's true to a certain extent. Like, it's based upon, like, circumstance and situation, but, like, it's important to not become a product of your environment, but rather utilize your environment to create a product. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what's really important. He said there might be a slight wiggle room. Maybe some people have more agency than others. What do you mean by agency? He said introspection helps, I guess. It does. If you're talking about in terms of weed, the ability to admit your faults and shortcomings. Oh yeah. I have a really strong ability to do that. I'm very like aware. Like I don't. Yeah, so, I mean, like, other people will probably deny it and shit. Like, I mean, I'm gonna be pretty honest. I mean, I'll take it as far as saying I'm a junkie. Like, bro, when I was in high school, I was doing nothing but drugs. Like, like you guys really want to know? Like, pills, psychedelics, everything. You said what? You cut out for a second, but what did you say? Oh, no, I don't think he was talking to me. But yeah, and I just kind of made a decision for myself that that wasn't what I wanted for myself. So, oh, you can't hear him? Like, no, there's no way you couldn't hear him this whole time. Oh, wait, or maybe you can't hear him when he's in my headphones. Is that what you're saying? Oh, fuck, my laptop's about to die. I put this shit in charger. Keep just doing other shit. Oh yeah, but I don't know. I feel like weed does bring a high level of introspection and self-realization just based upon how you're using it. Like, I mean, obviously, if you were to smoke and like, I don't know, go out with a whole bunch of friends and shit, I'm sure your mind would be preoccupied and distracted with a whole bunch of other things. But I smoke and I kind of just sit alone, think, ponder, maybe sketch, draw. My mind kind of wanders to a whole bunch of different regions. And I kind of just encapsulate the energy when I'm in that space and place. So yeah, that's how that goes. And I guess you can say smoking helps with the traveling. I gotta move this. Get height right here. Any thoughts, Elijah? Eli.
Yo.
Oh, okay. So you said the audio is fucked right now. Could you hear me, Eli? Everything I was saying?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was making sure.
Yeah, I was just listening now.
They were saying
because I knew you were answering their chat, like, you know.
Oh yeah, he said it's like I'm hearing you from another mic that's in the next room. Maybe you forgot your mic outside. Oh man, somebody picked it up. I'm crying, bro. Wow, he's spitting facts at that dude outside. Yeah, that shit definitely didn't happen. That's crazy. Oh my god. That's crazy. Oh yeah, that's what I was about to put on the Tartarian Empire Radio. Let me see if it's any louder on my phone because it also says on my phone that I'm like on the phone with you. It's like connected to my laptop and my phone.
Oh, I see.
It's much louder. Okay. Bro, that is creepy. Let's see what they have to say. There's white men.
Ancients are typically perceived as being primitive in the mainstream, as if they were cavemen or something, and everything they achieved was just a matter of manual labor. So most of us have heard of the theories about how the Pyramid of Giza is some type of generator, or pumapunku in the precise precision of the angles when cutting a stone, or the alluring caves of India where it seems the creators possess some type of stone cutting technology. It's as if this was small for them. Why else would they spend so much time decorating with ornate details? We don't see anything like this being constructed in one day. Otherwise, it'd be done with cheap materials. The two main theories are that either these were constructed by aliens or advanced ancestors.
Oh, this road just got super narrow.
I believe it's really just a fetish for sci-fi that's
Sorry, I have no idea.
concept of the human race.
Shit.
On the other hand, advanced ancestors are referenced in the lore of many ancient philosophers and myths. This is not a new idea. The concept of Atlantis, the Golden Age, and the Flood is at the root of almost every ancient myth. Now, we can find references
I
to
did not
advanced
watch the
technologies
latest
in ancient
David
Rome,
Grush interview. I don't even know who that is actually. So I've known about the MH
and
arc for a
accept
long
that
time.
Atlantis
It's
was
funny
the
how they
real
do it.
deal, but many still have people consider that this technology may have existed in our culture much more recent than we're led to believe. Researcher Graham Hancock would date this culture to the Younger Dryas period, about 12,000 years ago. Well, what if it wasn't that long ago, or like 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, and this tech has carried on even to our modern age? None of this technology is new. The story of many modern technologies are fabricated, like photography, airplanes, electricity, or even computers. But this tech we have today is baby step to what the ancients were using. This is just stuff for our entertainment or our comfort. The ancients possessed powerful EMF technology, which was used for free ether energy and had the capabilities of tapping into other dimensions. Ether was commonly accepted in science until about 100 years ago. Then atomism took over, attempting to explain everything in nature.
That was a dumb idea.
What?
Hold up, nah, I just did something. Hold up. I wanted to see what was gonna happen. Hold up. Could you hear that? The video?
I heard bits and pieces of it.
Oh, let me move it.
It's now heresy to
like,
even mention the
technology-
idea of free energy in science.
Alright,
You'd be ridiculed and most likely lose your position if you were taking that stance professionally. The history of electricity has been distorted and manipulated. Most of us are willing to accept that Atlantis had advanced tech, but still believe in the traditional mainstream version of history. This video is going to cover how history is being deliberately distorted, how it was rewritten by the victors, and how the most famous cities that we now inhabit belong to an advanced civilization from around as early as 300 years ago. A civilization that possessed advanced EMF technologies. We will go over the BS story of electricity, atomism and anti-science, and advanced technologies of the past.
This is the Ergo Smart Base from Tempur-Pedic, and it responds.
This seems to be a good starting point for most people. There are many people who are totally fine with exploring this concept. Even mainstream media promotes it. It could be like the ancient aliens theory in which Atlantis was really an alien city. Others think of Atlantis like Graham Hancock presents it. The thing about that is, I know that Graham Hancock is not exactly mainstream, but I'm seeing millions of people look into his type of work and are completely fascinated or are, willing to accept it as a possible reality. But the thing is, these ideas that Atlantis was 20,000 years ago or whatever, it still follows suit with the idea of mainstream history and it being completely valid. That these structures are a result of tens and thousands of years of erosion, as if any human on Earth has lived long enough to validate that point. It basically still assumes that the story of Samaria, Egypt, Greece, and Rome still happened as the mainstream suggests, just that they were developed long after Atlantis. I actually think it's great that he's talking about these things because we're slowly starting to picture the ancients in a different way. The idea that recent history has been manipulated is not really an idea entertained by the mainstream. I mean, it's recently been gaining traction, but it's still not largely known about or understood. Many people know about Atlantis, yet not many have looked into the idea of Tartaria, alternative US history, etheric technologies of the past 300 years, or the idea that there are controllers at play. History is written by the winners. Now, there's no way for me to fully explain everything precisely in one video, so this is more like a clip notes, so that we can expand this topic to be understood by a larger audience. To put it briefly and short, in the US, There was existing an advanced civilization of humans who were constructing advanced architecture and etheric EMF technologies. They use atmospheric static electric collecting devices all over the buildings. We're talking about a civilization that existed globally around 300 years ago. Then all of a sudden the new church took over, the anti-church of science and reason. The same reason that led to property, banks, ego, and self-destruction. The modern story of history is a movement of civilization from east to west. I'll try to have some annotations that you can click on that'll bring you to some videos on our channel with more explanation, but basically, this is the fraud of history. It doesn't explain why there are global similarities in culture from around the world. We all developed similar concepts for language, lore, shamanism, agriculture, architecture, art, and dancing. The isolation theory is the widely accepted view, meaning none of these ancient cultures had any communication with each other. But obviously the idea of a global ancient civilization has reemerged recently thanks to people like Graham Hancock, Brian Forster, and many others. So the idea of Atlantis completely blows isolation theory and mainstream history away. This is still nonsense to the modern scientific standard that schools and universities teach. To accept or even explore these ideas destroys everything modern academia teaches. History books would have to be rewritten, our whole understanding of reality would be a lie, and that's just too much for most of us right now. Many of us can accept that Atlantis existed. It was destroyed by a major flood, a reset, and according to Graham Hancock, 12,000 years ago, roughly, after the fall of Atlantis, what happens? There was a global cataclysm, a flood consuming most of the world. Then, there were the survivors who kept the knowledge of the Golden Age sciences and principles of civilization. These people knew that the cataclysm would come, possibly using the knowledge of the stars for divination, and they were saved like the story of Noah. A group of survivors landed in Ireland and northern Spain. I recommend looking into the Irish origins of civilization by Michael Tarsarian for people who may be new to this topic. This explains the ancient Irish Celtic etymological roots of all languages, the suppression of Irish history, and the demonization of red hair. I covered this in the first video we ever posted, but if you look up the Gaelic definition of Tartar, the older the book the better, you can find a reference to an Irish soldier who was out in battle in the Far East. Mainstream history says that the Celtic people came from the east, from Mongolia, and settled into Ireland. And we get this from the Romans. They try to describe these Celtic people as savages. I suspect that this is all a part of the twisted history given to us by the manipulators of history. This is a lie told in order to hide where the Greeks and Romans got their sciences from. The Greeks and Romans were made up by the controllers. It's not hard to find out. Josephus tells you what happened. Basically, Josephus, one of our most famous historians, was a traitor. He was a traitor that helped these parasites take over. He was rewarded with riches and high status. The Roman Wars is really the takeover of the old society, or Old Irish Church of Iessa. Roman history and Greek history is a fraudulent excuse to explain the ancient history of when all these ancient architectures were developed. They couldn't let people know that these cities were really developed by another civilization. So the only justification is to make up a fraudulent history by literally adding thousands of years to the timeline so that Rome would be seen as more glorious of an empire. And who would get the credit? It was takeover of Rome allowed for all the scripture to be forged and for the Bible to literally be stolen by the people who developed it. For Greek, you can see that the ancient writers wrote of ancient civilizations and wrote on the Hyperboreans. Then Origin against Celsus comes out, and Origin trashes all the old writings of the ancient Greeks. It basically says that the antiquity of the Jews is of more importance. We don't even have the writings of Celsus because it was destroyed. All books of the ancient world, those that were not published by the new church, were destroyed. Just imagine how much knowledge was lost in the legendary burning of the Library of Alexandria. When I say Greek and Rome, I'm talking about the history that we are fed. The story that we know of the Romans being these amazing builders and the Greeks being the foundation for rational thinking and science is but a front. These cities are of a much more recent time. We can agree that their societies are post-Atlantean, correct? What we shall soon see is that these really are the cities of the advanced global culture, and we're talking after Atlantis. Shout out to Martin. He has a video on the Congo where he shows that there is this advanced civilization of white people living in Africa, and it looks much different than what we're taught to believe. There were many cities and lakes that are currently not there, and many castles like that of fairy tales. There was another global civilization after Atlantis. How else do you explain the common architecture around the world? Also, if what mainstream history says is true, then why do many languages have their roots in Gaelic and ancient Irish? It's because after Atlantis, the knowledge of civilization was spread out to the east, a movement from west to east. They even crossed into America, developing cities on both coasts. The law was created from a global church, the Church of Iessa. Quote, in their great missionary pilgrimage, they circled the globe in order to give religion and knowledge of God to the different races of mankind. They also established priesthoods and gave alphabets to those who were unenlightened in such matters up to that time. Ireland is the country in which the arts and sciences were first discovered and developed. To this country, the Greeks applied the term ogia, a term which was never given but to the very ancient, and it is from the Irish, Aryans, that the Greeks traced their descent, Donnelly's Atlantis. From Conor McDarry, quote, there is no mistaking the monuments left by the Irish, who were once the rulers and masters of the whole earth. Their rule embraced all countries, it was worldwide. Ireland was the first mistress of the seas. It was the first and only worldwide empire which was ever known, for it was spiritual. It was greater in extent than Persian, Greek, Roman, or Mughal ever attained to. The remains of their works, wherever they found, bear an unmistakable similarity in shape and character. They are huge, immense, and conceived and carried out on a plan so extensive that it awes the mind of man today. These remains extend from Ireland along the Atlantic coast of Europe to Africa, along the Mediterranean Sea to Egypt, India, China, Java, Tahiti, and the Caroline Islands in the South Pacific Ocean. On the American continent, we find the Round Tower near Newport, RI, which bespeaks its Irish origin, and the great pyramidal mounds of the Ohio and Mississippi valleys. Also, the ruined temples of the Yucatan and Mexico, and similar remains in South America are all evidence of their handiwork. All owe their origin to the same source, and they established beyond any doubt that the Irish were the first real discoverers of America, and that they established civilization on this western continent. It was tradition founded on the fact which gave hope and encouragement to later adventurers. The very name of God among the Indians of our country was an Irish name derived from those missionaries and explorers centuries before Christopher Columbus or Eric the Red were born. One of the Irish names of God is Man, and Manitha is the Irish word for holy. The Indian name for God was Manatau, the Holy One. The Indians also had another name for God, and this again was Irish. It was Manabasha, the sun god. It is a compound word with the root word man, holy, and basha of the cows, the bull, virtually the same as Baal, the Irish sun god. So the name signifies the holy life giver, or holy creator. Anyone who knows the Celtic tongue will recognize this fact at once, and so will all competent students of philology. Most people are not aware of this because it is suppressed history, or people think this is some type of nationalism. I'm not even Irish, this has nothing to do with that. There are many legends from cultures all around the world talking about white red-haired giants who possess advanced technology. The most effective way to destroy people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their history. George Orwell. For instance, red-haired, bearded, feathered god Quetzalcoatl, a carving in the Olmec capital referred to as Uncle Sam with a large nose and beard, appearing largely Semitic, who was said to have arrived from an island home across the sea that disappeared after a great flood. I have a video on the Irish connections to the Phoenicians, but they're not the same thing. The Phoenicians are like the dark cult that came from the Celtic Druids, that then developed into the worship of Baal or Saturn, presumably the one who was causing all these cataclysms to happen. Basically, these cataclysms started happening because the gods became angry. Wisdom had been brought down to the earth, and unity was achieved on the material realm. This is the story according to the Gnostic Gospels. There was a split between the Old Church, the Church of Iessa, and the New Church, the worship of Baal or materialism. And also, I want to make a distinction between the Old Sun and the New Sun, Saturn. The Old Church was a utopia based on the old golden age of Atlantis. It was based on natural law and for the pursuit of wisdom. The Church of Iessa still praised the sun, but it was an analogy for the beauty of the invisible God. The New Church of Baal developed into the Roman Empire. The confusion is we date the Phoenicians to about 4,000 to 5,000 years ago in mainstream history. The Phoenicians are just a cover name for a specific branch of ancient Jews which aren't that ancient at all. They are from a recent time, possibly 500 years ago. This new church in secret worships a demon god, the mad god of the Bible, Jehovah, or Saturn, Baal. But as they grew to power, they took over the media, the press, and began promoting the exoteric understanding of the Bible for the masses, as well as the fraudulent atheist viewpoint of the world that completely denied God called science. Fraudulent Church of Rome, controlled by the they wanted to worship the god causing the catastrophe in order to subdue the effects. This is the story over the Battle of Jerusalem. the old Jews were replaced by the new Jews. I'm going to stop right there for a second and slow down, because if you're new to this, you might be like, oh, what is he talking about? Especially the people who cringe at the idea of shadow controllers or the Illuminati. Why would the Phoenicians or whatever want to take over the world by stealing this church? Because this old church was the spiritual power of the old world. They traveled across the globe, civilizing the entire world, as I referenced in Donnelly's Atlantis. If you buy the story of Atlantis, then Donnelly's Atlantis was one of the first major books on Atlantis. Whoever dominates the church rules the world. Literally. So when I say Phoenician, I have a different definition than the mainstream, and it's not a simple sentence, so bear with me. The Phoenicians is a cover name for the advanced maritime culture of the ancient past. It was created by this new Church of Rome to hide the history of how the ancient Church of Ayesa became what we now call the Jews. It's a little bit of both histories, that's why it's so confusing. The Phoenicians were the first to develop language, but this is really the story of the ancient Irish. The worship of Baal and materialism doesn't come into a later time. The Phoenician history begins with the Irish, and then a parasitic thinking took place, and they began to worship Baal. I'm saying that the Phoenicians developed around 500 years ago, while there were many other cities and civilizations developed by the Irish that then developed into their own cultures. For the Phoenicians, it's the Irish developing into the Jews. Let's move Atlantis closer. There's an ancient manuscript known as Oretta Linda that speaks of these times. The reason we don't hear about this manuscript is because it's said to be a fraud. The only real reason mainstream academics believes this is because they simply can't accept the dating. Oretta Linda dates Atlantis to be 2,000 to 4,000 years ago, which would move many cultures to a far more recent time. Regardless of the dating, this is still interesting to find that Atlantis is referenced as Atlant, completely separate from Plato. We also have to keep in mind the phantom time hypothesis, or Fomenko's work. If that's the case, then Atlantis may have been as recent as 1,000 to 2,000 years ago. Okay, so back to how the Irish became the Phoenician, Venetian, Roman... Okay, so why this takeover? Or what's the motive of the Illuminati, right? Why take over this church if they enlightened the ancient world after the fall of Atlantis? From Connor McDarry, quote, "The fact of his holding such autocratic power led to the assumption of attributes of divinity in order to hold the people in awe of him. The qualities of divinity we have seen attributed to the rulers in our day. In Russia, China, Japan, and not so long ago in England, the belief was held that any disease which would not yield..."
Holy shit. Bro. I was just doing like 70 on this like back highway, like this, you know those highways in like the southeast that have these woods all around them?
Yeah.
Dude. A deer came out of fucking nowhere. A deer came out of nowhere. I'm like going pretty fast, and I didn't have enough time to stop. And the deer was on the side of the road. We were literally about to intersect. Like, if I hadn't swerved off to the other side of the road, I would have like hit it head on. But instead, the deer hit my car. And it like, I think it just grazed off my car. But it hit the fucking back fender. I'm gonna have to check my back bumper and make sure. It might have just dented my car, but.
Fuck?
I went back to the spot where it collided with my car, and it wasn't there. So it obviously just fucking like walked off or kept running. It like kind of just like grazed it, but I still felt it, you know. It's like fucking big ass deer, bro.
What the fuck?
This shit is whack as fuck.
That's crazy.
Oh my god. Scared the shit out of me too. Like that motherfucker committed too. Like he didn't stop running. He was like, if I fucking die here, it's GG.
Oh my god. Deers are not that smart, bro. Or not smart at all, actually. But damn, that's crazy. The call just failed. Would you guys believe that shit? That's crazy. Damn, bro, he's really going through it. I ain't gonna lie, that's fucking insane. What the fuck? Oh, bruh. That's crazy. That shit really just happened, bro. Like, what the fuck, bro? Seriously. Nah, that's crazy. My God. Alright, you guys said a whole bunch of shit. I gotta scroll up. Jeez. He said, well, that video is horseshit. Oh my God. If you want to watch a well-researched video on UFOs, that's actually legit. It's not about UFOs. It's about the Tartarian Empire. But all this is supposed to connect. This is actually part 4. This is part 4. This is my first time watching. I haven't seen part 1, 2, or 3. But it's 50 minutes, but we've only seen 17 minutes of it. It's crazy. But he said, I agree with that, but this dude is going too far. He said, said, no, I know this is not true. LOL, this has to be trolling. Alright, it says, I'm back. I had to change my son. Aw. Last thing I heard was that you said Houston wasn't that far. Oh, yeah, no cap. It's possible I could probably go there for Thanksgiving. Because it's probably not that. I have to see how far Houston is or where you're exactly at, how far it is. And then I could probably pull up. Okay. But in any case, he said, wait, now I gotta go to Costco to get a pumpkin pie. Damn. This nigga's not even here. See ya. Also post more on YouTube. Yeah, I do gotta post more on YouTube. So I'd be watching, and my son too. No way, he just hit a deer. No, oh my God. Oh my God. Nah, that shit crazy. Nah, that shit really is crazy. He said that you fucked the audio to make me leave, huh? No, I did not do that. He said that's some sick stuff. You fucked me over, bro. Don't forget this. I know, but he does connect the videos to UFO topics. So when people do that, I need to intervene. I hate misinformation. I cannot. What time is it? It's 5:16. What happened? What significant happens at 5? Oh, nothing. Don't have to worry. Okay, I felt like there was something, but there was nothing. I do have to do something in a little bit, though. I do remember that. You said, yeah, I see what you're talking about. But I'm not gonna say that. I'm about to call Eli back. I want to finish this video. It seems really interesting to me. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm really interested. Like, bro, what happened? So, what are you studying? I'm studying life. Yeah, I always have been. What happened?
James, did you hear?
Yeah, I heard about the deer, but what else happened? Like, did you check back? Like, behind your car?
I drove past the spot where the deer, where we hit, and nothing was there.
Yeah.
That shit was crazy. Like, nothing. Yeah, it's like it just like got up and kept going.
Yeah, bro, it was unfazed. Probably a little phase, but he just kept it going.
First dented or not, but fine. I'm just gonna get home first.
Damn, how
get the
far
fuck off this road, bro.
You should be pretty close now, huh?
Yeah, no, I'm only like 45 minutes away now.
Oh yeah.
Dude, that shit scared the fuck out of me too. Holy shit. hear me scream? I screamed into the video with. I was like, ah!
Nah.
You didn't hear me? Holy shit! On stream, bro. What the fuck, man?
Oh my god.
Deer just pops out.
Nah, that shit is crazy. Bro, I'm just imagining that shit, bro. It's crazy.
Dude, what is my guy doing? Oh, he got his hazards on and shit.
Could you hear the video at all?
Fuck?
Like,
I was listening.
oh, you're cutting out now. Yeah.
Yeah, James.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, but nah, man, these country back roads, like at night, like you really, like, ideally don't want to have to drive these fuckers at night, because there are no fucking lights, it's just signs, and it's just your.
Yeah, you're definitely on the back roads.
But that, haul ass. Nah, I'm just kidding. Don't haul ass. But you know, try to get out of the fucking woods as soon as you can. There's a multitude of reasons you don't want to be stuck in these woods at night, bro.
I bet there's plenty.
Huh?
I said I bet there's plenty. The deer is one of the biggest ones. Many others.
Yeah. Fucking deer, bro. Hold up. Fuck, man. I hope my shit. This is wild.
Yeah, should I play the video? Yeah, I figured not because it keeps cutting in and out. Yep, the call failed. And I figured that was probably gonna happen, guys. I could very well end it and just watch the video in my alone time. No kidding, though. I'm chilling. I'm reading my notes, guys. If you guys were curious. Yes. You wanted to see them? I guess, guys. I made these a long time ago, actually. I'm not gonna lie. You can't even really see it because of the lighting. Ugh, shitty lighting. But, yeah, and shit like that. But yeah, shit like that. Yeah, shit like that. It's just not enough. I need more. I have not enough information. It's a shame, honestly. I guess recently I really haven't been having like in my head and like the studying aspect of things. I just been I've been music, of course. We're making music in trade school, but I guess I've kind of been distracted. I guess in the true face of reality, I guess I've kind of been distracted because like there's other things that I could have been accumulating knowledge-wise. But yeah. This stream has been 4 hours, which has been my longest stream in a minute, so what's up? I could finish playing the video, like, I ain't gonna lie, I want to finish listening to the video. Like, I know I said I was thinking about ending the stream, but it's like, I'm really chilling right now. Like, there is something I could do, but I really don't know if I should make that and bust that play. Certainly a lot of information in this stream, though, I'm not gonna lie. This is a good video. For the second one of the Popular Podcast, it's quite fulfilling. But we can't end it on this note. I can't just end it like on a cliffhanger without me finishing the video. So that's what we're gonna do.
Hand or even his garment. The head of the Irish State Church held the supreme pontifical power in Europe until challenged first by Persia, then by Greece, and later by Rome, who, when a favorable time arrived for her to assert her independence, set up jointly a church and state for herself. For let it be known, Rome was at one time a colony of Ireland. The name Rome is a compound of two Irish words, ro, meaning before, and om, meaning body, earth, or grave. But in its mythic meaning, it is made to signify before heaven, ro, and earth, orn, the two together meaning heaven and earth, hence the eternal city Rome. The river of Rome, the Tiber, also bears an Irish name. It derives its name from Tuber, the Irish word for a well or spring of water. Hence, the Tiber is the spring water river. As the poet Longfellow truly says, "Their names are on your waters, and ye may not wash them out." The fact is that Ireland was the first power that colonized along both sides of the Mediterranean Sea, and therefore the colonies came from the west instead of the east, as our astute Roman and British historians would have us believe. And the world has believed it up to now, but the deception, when once exposed, is too clear for anyone to be deceived by it. Investigators have followed this false clue sent out from this source and found nothing in the east to support this claim that the Aryans emigrated from the east and colonized towards the west. The real and true evidence points just in the opposite direction. The American Encyclopedia Art Ethnology, quoted in Donnelly's Atlantis, says Bonfrey L. Geiger and other students of the ancient Indo-European languages have recently advanced the opinion that the original home of the Indo-European races must be sought in Europe, because their stock of words is rich in the names of plants and animals and contains the names of seasons that are not found in tropical countries or anywhere else in Asia. Mueller says, the nations who are comprehended under the common appellation of Indo-European, the Hindus, the Persians, the Celts, Germans, Romans, Greeks, and Slavs, do not only share the same words and the same grammar, slightly modified in each country, they seem to have likewise preserved a mass of popular traditions which had grown up before they left their common home, Donnelly's Atlantis. In the book from 1842, Etruria Celtica, Etruscan literature and antiquities investigated, or the language of the ancient and illustrious people compared and identified with the Iberno-Celtic and both shown to be Phoenician. The author makes many etymological connections with the ancient Irish language and covers symbols and Etruscan coins that are common Irish emblems. Quote, I have examined and endeavored to place the language in a true light by demonstrating its analogies and removing the erroneous notion of its affinity with Welsh, Cornish, and Basque Breton. An accident induced its comparison with Etruscan, which indeed has answered Jockson's anticipations and expectations by opening great discoveries in Irish antiquity, and clearing up the obscurity which hid the origin of the early peopling, not only of Ireland and the British Islands, but of all Celtic Europe, and deducing their origin from the great civilized, commercial, navigating people of the world, who before the birth of Greek or Roman greatness, traversed the seas and enjoyed the uncontrolled empire of the deep. This isn't something that I just came up with, and if you bear with me, this will tie many different pieces of the puzzle together. In order to understand this alternative history, a base must be established. There's so much more that I could say on this subject, but the question that I hear a lot is, why would the powers that be want to control the world? One can't even begin to understand this because we're fed a false history from two main empires, Rome and Britain. Okay, so the Phoenicians are basically a small group that began with the Church of Iessa and the Black Sea. It's developed into multiple sects, one being the Gnostics, and one of the others were parasites like the Church of Baal. The Church of Baal developed into the Jews, which really is at a much more recent time, which those that took over Rome. Okay, so how is this relevant to ancient tech?
Step into so long. I mean, like, I'll be honest. I like the video. I'm not gonna lie. I like the video and I like the information that's being presented, but I'm not gonna lie. I need to get something done. So, will I pick up where I left off at another point is the question I'm asking myself. It's a possibility, but no promises will be made. But will there be a third podcast? Possibly. I don't know when, guys. Come on. Love you guys. See you later. Take care.